Okay, we are getting ready to do the writer's block party. We've had a couple of switch ups at the last minute. I'm going to say technical chaos as we all try to brave this brave new world that we live in, which has so much cool stuff happening that I don't regret at all. I'm going to mute this. Mute. All right, I'm going to mute that. Okay. So, so if anybody is watching right now, I appreciate you. We are getting ready to start with Dale. He's going to be joining us here in a few. I'm just making sure I get all of the things set up. So here is this. We got this. I got, I'm going to say I got this because I don't know who the we is that I am talking to. All right, and then I'm doing this and I'm going to edit this. I love editing. It's a way that we can hide all our mistakes and save. And then that should be good. And I'm not going to send a message because I've already sent a couple messages. And then I'm going to change that link. And that's good. That should be good. We'll find out, I guess. And send no message. And then I have to go. Let me see if anybody's actually in here. Am I just talking to myself? I think I'm talking to myself, which is fabulous because we're not quite ready to start yet. Is the sound wonky? Thank you, Anita. Turn off my fan. So let me know if the sound is better now. I'm actually gonna. Hey, Stephen, thanks for joining. We had a last minute switcheroo. Dale's phone couldn't do Substack, so that's why we have kind of like the last minute switch. And Dale should be popping in any minute. I think we've got like 7 minutes, but I wanted to go ahead and be able to start up and get everything set up because I'm having to do a couple of switches. So, is the sound better now? Because hopefully the sound is better. Oh, good, good. Okay, so I think it was the fan. So I'll be hot. Oh, well, I was going to say I'll be hot for you guys, but I guess I will be hot for you guys. So, but yeah, I'm super excited. This is the Writer's Block Party. And I apologize. I feel like this week has been kind of one of those weeks that's been super busy, and I have not been able to do the preparation that I wanted to. But the point of the Writer's Block Party is just to get together and have fun. So after we listen to Dale speak, which will be a conversation, Dale and I will be talking back together about the business of art. Like, how do we make money doing what we love? Like, we're artists and we're going to create no matter what. But then how do we make money with our creations? And I feel like we deserve that. Thank you, Stephen. Stephen says I'm already hot. I appreciate that. At 55, these things, these little jokes become precious. No, but I am excited to talk to Dale here in a few minutes about making money as a writer and as a creator. And Dale is, I frequently joke and call him the guru of self-publishing, but he really is somebody that back in the day, I wound up getting a lot of information from him and just wealth of information. And the thing that he really focuses on is how do you make a living doing this, which is very important for us. I feel like society kind of sells us on this idea that we cannot make money with our art or that it somehow devalues it. But any other profession that is excellent at what they do and puts a lot of energy and time into it is lauded. They're celebrated. If there's a doctor that learns all the doctor things on the side, how to be a better doctor, he's people love that, and talk about how great he is. And they do not feel bad about paying him top dollar for that. And yet, when as artists, if we learn our craft and we hone it and we spend hours and hours doing that, I feel like the messaging can often be, and not for everybody, and I hope this isn't your experience, and it's definitely not mine now, but in the past, I've gotten this response, and the response can be like, why aren't you doing something useful? Why aren't you spending all that time and energy on something that matters? These kind of things devalue art. And I am talking about writing because I am a writer. I do a few visual things, which is funny because we were just talking about that on Substack this morning. But I work with words. But art in general has this problem. Visual artists and creators of all types of music, I feel like we wind up having this kind of double standard, which isn't fair. So that's why the theme in the Opportunities Hub, aka the Neighbor Hub, this month is the business of art. And we're talking about how do we make a little bit of a living with this, maybe even a lot of a living if we can, without selling out, without devaluing ourselves. So I am excited to talk to Dale about this. We've got a few more minutes. But yeah, I think we're going to work. I think this is all going to work. So I'm checking my email to make sure I've got it and we're good. Okay, I'm going to send him a quick message and say the switcheroo worked. Set up. And we are ready to go. So if you are in the Opportunities Hub, there's two events today. One of them is this. I'm actually clicking over so I can tell you correctly. One of them is this meeting here, the listening to Dale L. Roberts, and now it says YouTube Live because we've switched to YouTube. And then the other event is the World Poetry Day Open Mic. Thank you, Pixie. How not to sell your soul advice. And I'm going to say Dale is one of whenever I've talked to Dale, I just love him because he is authentic and he recognizes that whole problem, that whole hypocrisy of, we shouldn't make money as artists, that we should get paid for our work. You hear it from both sides. Like there's so many different opinions on that. I'm going to say, I think the opinion that matters the most is what your opinion is of your own work. And I think we often take away the importance of our opinion on our own work as well. And I feel like that's also something society feeds us that's not necessarily the best meal. But so going just a little bit, since we got a few minutes before Dale pops on, if you're in the Neighbor Hub, which is free to join, you will see there's two events. There's the Dale L. Roberts YouTube Live, and for everybody in the chat right now, that's what you're watching. And I appreciate you being here, and I hope you really like this conversation, and I'm super excited about it. And then the other event is the World Poetry Day Open Mic. That will still be here, but you'll be able to log into that, and I'm going to record everybody who wants to be recorded. Oh, I'm not recording this. Oh, wait, this is live. Never mind. My goodness. So this is what my brain looks like on last minute switches. So yeah, I guess it will just be recorded because now it's alive. But the point of that was I want to try to segment up different people's readings so that they can use their readings on their own social medias and get some benefit out of it personally and be able to get some promotion and stuff like that. And I want to segment up all the readings and share them on my social media and in the Opportunities Hub as well, so we can share them, support each other. It's hard to get video. Video is what sells everything, but it's really hard to get video coverage, I find, that you can share. And Dale is here. Hey, Dale. How long have you been here? I've just been blathering along looking at YouTube.
Couple minutes. I'm sorry if I was getting too noisy. I didn't realize you were already live.
Yeah, no problem. I didn't even hear you, and that's fine. I was mostly took a few minutes to try to set everything up ahead of time. So I wasn't doing it like while you're talking, like, oh, where was Dale? Click, click, shit. Hold on. So, but we're all good. We're streaming to YouTube Live. I was just telling everybody in chat that you're coming on and singing your praises as one of the authentic people that I know that also makes money with this. And I find you're like a champion of,
Wait, I make money?
No, we agreed that we're going to keep up this myth.
Oh, yes, right. Let me get my Lamborghini out here real quick, like.
Yeah, and I didn't say how much. I didn't say billionaire, but I do like that approach that this is our business, our craft is our product, and why can a doctor or any other profession really hone their craft and work on it, and it's applauded, and then we pay more for it because of the work that they've put into being a better whatever craft, and yet artists in general, writers, painters, musicians, when we put all that time into it, often, and I'm saying not always, because a lot of people have supportive networks, but often the message is, why don't you find something productive to do? You know what I mean? So, why are you wasting your time doing this? And then yet, on the other side of that, when we give our art away for free, then it's, you deserve to be paid. Why are you devaluing yourself? So
yeah, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Yeah, I'm very thankful that I've never had, as an author, I've never had anybody like get a real job. Now, as a YouTuber early on, during the YouTube stuff, I did have some people who were like, get a real job. I'm like, is this fake? I didn't realize it was fake. Someone should probably not be paying me then, right? I'm sorry, that's not real work. So that's the only time that's ever been an issue. As far as an author goes, thankfully, I've always had just such an encouraging network, I suppose, and great readership as well, awesome followers. So I've never run into that issue. However, I do see some people like saying like, man, family members aren't supportive, like they just kind of like get a real job type thing. I'm like, what are they? Is this like villainy, like 101 here or something? You have to have that one villain in your life where they're like, you will never account to anything. Go get a job. What are you doing?
Yeah, exactly. So, but now I'm backing up because I'm like, oh yeah, okay, so we're doing this thing. So I do want to welcome you and thank you. And I feel like everybody knows you, but if you want to take a few minutes for anybody who might have been in a dark closet for the last, decade or more? Who is
11 years?
Yeah, 11 years. Who is this guy in the orange shirt that is who I keep talking about is what did I say? The godfather of self-publishing?
Yes. It is the most interesting title I've ever received, but I tell you what, it definitely beats the G word. Everybody throws guru around, and I'm like, I'm not a guru. I'm just a guy who loves this business. But yeah, I'm Dale L. Roberts. I am an author. I've been doing this for over 11 years full time. First 2 years really sucked. I was not good at it. I was not making a significant of income, and I really had to reconsider my choice in careers because I had a great job in the healthcare industry, and I walked away from it because I truly believed in what I was going to do as an author. And within about a couple of years, I got the traction I needed, and I ended up getting a couple of interviews on YouTube with different creators that covered the whole self-publishing avenue, and that brought in a lot of attention that I wasn't expecting. So rather than answering every single email and DM, I figured one of the greatest ways would be to answer one person's question via video. And then anytime someone would have that same question, I would just send that link to that video. Little did I know that within a year of starting on YouTube, this was April 2016, I would say right about June 2017, something snapped in me. And I was like, I really love this. I want to make a good go at this. I want to be an author and video creator. And I think there's a lot of people out there that don't believe I could have both of those things. There are some people that are just like, oh, he's just over here selling us stuff. No, I'm a video creator. Like, I can do both. I can be an author and I can be a video creator. So yeah, that's where I've been, doing my work at. I continue to publish books. I looked at my Goodreads, and I don't know how accurate it is, but I've had over 105 publications since
wow.
2014. Now, keeping in mind that a lot of those are translations. So it's not that impressive, but I mean,
I'm going to say it's impressive to have a translation. I think I've got like 3
yeah.
and I'm like, I want to tell everybody, hi, my name is Angela. I have a translation. Because it is
Yeah, it
important.
is a good feeling. It hits
Cross
different.
culturally, you are valid. Like people want your stuff, which is um, awesome. I mean, I think that is a huge boast.
But yeah,
I do have,
that's my few minute spiel there. I've been in this business as an author and a video creator, and I love teaching people how to write and self-publish books.
and I'm going to say thank you, because way back in the day when I first started, you were one of the ones that it was always like, oh, Dale L. Roberts, like, I don't know how to do this thing. This thing is breaking me. How come it's taken me 12 days, Amazon, to clear this? What are you trying to tell me? Like, just speak in English. Why is this not passing? And then I'd go watch one of your videos on the same problem, whatever it was that they were having a problem with. Oh, my margins, da da da, or whatever. Just had an author that, because it is confusing and they're not very clear, and she had, her book was all ready to go and she couldn't get it published, and it was because it was, you know, $1 over what she had put her price at, $1 over what they needed. You know how they have their, you have to charge this, but instead of just telling her that, making it clear, oh, you have to charge $1 more and then you're good. She just sat there and battled it out for 2 months. And that's why I always loved your content, because I would battle it out for 12 days. That was my 12 days. I'm going to go ask Dale, or go spy on Dale, see what Dale is doing. Oh, that was easy. So
there's a lot of people that don't realize that there is base cost to actually consider when you're doing print on demand. So there is that requirement. Because obviously Amazon doesn't want to just print out books that they're losing money on. And you're like, hey, great, this person's feeling charitable, we'll go ahead and give away money. So that's the base cost is definitely what they put in place there. And you definitely want to you definitely want to make some money in some capacity, kind of like what you were saying here at the beginning of the hour, which is, you know, don't devalue your work. I am the person that will tell people that, but I'm not going to harp on them. If someone wants to sell their book for 99 cents, go for it. Knock yourself out. Whatever you see the value of your art and your artistic expression is exactly how you should market. So if you feel that your book is only worth 99 cents or it's worth $29.99, go for it. You're going to find out real quick, though, based on the number of sales and readership, if it's resonating with people, because I found out many, many times the hard way how, you know, you can overprice something and no one's going to buy it. Where other times you underprice it and sure, you're going to get a surge of sales, but are you going to see the same results you were shooting for? So it's finding that little happy medium to where you hit that price point that rewards you for all your hard work. But in the same instance, it gives the readers the value they're looking for, as well as a good deal. Like everyone loves a good deal. So if you can be able to get it to where you can justify them parting ways with their hard-earned money for X amount of dollars, then you've won it big.
Yeah. So I mean, I want to tell you a few of the comments that are coming in, and then I want to actually talk to you about that a little bit. So you have an excellent villain laugh. AF Stewart says this, and Nikki shared information about this event and called you a guru, and she said, but it's just a guide.
I don't want to ever seem ungrateful. If anybody says the guru thing, that's fine. Just know that, like, like different word, maybe expert. I'll say expert. Advocate's one of my favorite ones because I am a self-publishing advocate. There's many times that people will come to me for TradPub advice, and I'm like, I'm the wrong guy. I'm like, I am the guy that advocates for self-publishing. TradPub, there's definitely a place for it. I believe that there's authors out there that want to go that path, and I don't want to demonize that path because, hey, look, TradPub came along and threw over a deal at me that seemed like really good. I'm not gonna lie, I'll sign that contract.
Yeah, I will sell out, by the way. Anybody who wants, you know, I'm there.
Exactly.
12 minutes instead of 12 days. I took 12 days to come to you. Nikki says she takes 12 minutes. So that
jumps right over record.
Yeah, and lots of good comments. Advocate is good. I will say, as a joke, but I didn't want to pin this on you. I was going to say Oracle this morning because I'm like, what is worse than a guru? I'm going to say Oracle. Dale L. Roberts, the Oracle of self-publishing.
Today you could see I have not shaved. So it's almost appropriate. Maybe in a couple of weeks I'll have a big long beard and I'll be like carrying my own staff around.
Let's just talk about self-publishing. But that kind of catches us up to the comments. I want to go a little bit on the valuing of our work because we are talking about the business of art. So one thing that I've been exploring and just tested, and it was a successful test, I'm going to say it worked with me, is starting out with a lower price if you're unsure, but make that a temporary price. Like we're starting out at, or this is a sale at, and it could be like you could just stay there forever. Say you say, I'm going to start the, this $5.99 for the, right now because of whatever, because I'm just publishing it. Everybody, early adopters get a discount kind of thing. And then maybe you never get another sale. So you just keep it at that sale price. And that's kind of my approach to it. I just did a reverse sale on my Substack, which went really good. If I'm going to raise the price, everybody up to now can get it at the current price forever. So it's kind of offering a good deal. And I think that worked really well. But what does the Oracle say?
I think that's
Taylor's never going to be on another live with me again after this.
No, yeah, exactly. Oh gosh, you called me a guru and an oracle. I'm angry and incensed. I don't know why I've all of a sudden, since you've called me an oracle, I became sage and older and grizzled. There is no one size fits all inside this business. And I think that it's important that all authors explore how they feel they should do things. You're going to need to do a lot of trial and error. I know it's not the answer some people want to hear from me because they want to be like, tell me exactly what I need to do, Dale. Like, no, you're going to have to explore and see that. But that is a good idea. It's referred to as price pulsing, when you will drop a price to hopefully get it to where you get a boost of sales and hopefully get a lift algorithmically through platforms like Amazon. But when you do have that boost, it's important to try to return that to the regular price. Now, you could either pop it right back up to that retail price. So let's say it's down to 99 cents. All right. You're going to put the FOMO in there and all of your communication. Hey, it's going to get jacked up here on the 1st. If you don't get it at 99 cents, be prepared. You're going to have to pay $9.99. And some people are going to go, oh my gosh, I'm going to pay 10% now versus 100% later. Let me go ahead and get that now. So it's just understanding that. But there's jumping it right back up, and there's also just stepping it back up. You'll see that system through things like KDP Select's Kindle Countdown deal, where you're able to do a countdown and it will go up in increments as time kind of goes on. So that's one way to do it. Now, fair warning, here we go. Hopefully everybody's taking their notes because this is an interesting one. I don't think you signed on for this one. Print on demand is a little bit different. Okay. The problem is that it's rather complicated. Ebooks, no problem. We can price pulse, not an issue. Just make sure that anytime you are changing prices, that you're doing it across all retailers that you're using. So for instance, I publish wide. So I hit KDP, I hit Drafted Digital, Publish Drive, Kobo Writing Life, Google Play, Books, Partner Center, and I know I'm missing one. So when I go and I do those price drops, I will go through all those platforms. Now, the cool thing is KDP will not let you do any type of price promotions beyond what they have for the KDP Select program. So you have to manually go in there and change those things. But platforms like Kobo Writing Life and Google Play Books Partner Center will actually allow you to do price drops. And you won't have to go. All you have to do is just go in and schedule. It's dead simple. Now, the part with print on demand where it gets really complicated, especially if you're doing your print on demand through Kindle Direct Publishing, price pulsing can really set off some red flags. And here's why. Let me just take you back to the days of CreateSpace. Remember CreateSpace at all?
So I do remember them.
That was pre-KDP print, but CreateSpace, back when I was there, I discovered something that was very interesting. And it was through another YouTuber that I found out the consequences of finding, whether inadvertently or purposely, this little hack. Now, I am going to share this with everybody in the intent that don't do this. So let's just say, for instance, you're publishing through KDP print and you have enabled expanded distribution. Or let's say you're publishing through KDP print and you have it through Ingram Spark or Drafted Digital for your print on demand book. Now, we'll say your regular price, let's just keep it rounded, is $19.99. That's your retail price. I don't care what your profit is. Could probably be about $8 or whatever. So it's $19.99. However, let's just say, for instance, you're like, you know what? I want to drop this price. Well, there's no timing tools that you can do through KDP, as we've already discussed. When you want to change the price, you got to change the price manually. And KDP Select does not carry over to print books. So herein lies the problem. Let me take that bar up a little bit higher. $19.99. I want to give you guys a ridiculous price. We'll say $29.99 or $39.99. So we'll say $29.99 for the sake of it. Let's just say you drop your book down to $9.99. Maybe it's $1 over that base cost. Here is the funny part. Because expanded distribution, which is fulfilled by Ingram Book Group, who does expanded distribution, and it does Ingram Spark, and it does Drafted Digital, and it does a whole host of different print-on-demand books. Ingram Book Group will take anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks to update all retailers, meaning that that higher price is what's going to stay there for upwards of 2 months at a time. So meanwhile, over on Amazon, they're going to change that price pretty quick. Like I would say within 24 to 72 hours. So you've gone from your $39.99 price point. I can't remember. Like I said, we're going ridiculously high for our retail. You drop it down to $9.99. Here's where it gets very interesting. Amazon's going to go over and price match the other competitors. So then what ends up happening is if someone purchases your book at the $9.99 value, you're going to get paid that difference between the $39.99 and the $9.99. So therefore, you're exploiting the system. You're able to go in and buy a whole bunch of books on Amazon's marketplace and get paid to do it. Now, wait, before everybody goes out there and tries this out, because now you're going to find out the consequences. Because back years ago, again, Create Space days, someone on YouTube had shared their story of exploiting that system where they were going and doing that price pulsing on their book, and they knew what it was happening because they were essentially going and buying up a bunch of their books, but getting paid to take them off the shelf because they're price matching the retailers. So they got all these books. Well, Amazon caught on pretty fast, and they immediately terminated his account and pretty much told him for manipulating the services, yada, yada, yakety schmackety, shut down. There was no recourse whatsoever. It was like, we caught you working our system bad, and goodbye, good luck. So just be very careful if you're doing price pulsing on your print-on-demand books. You don't want to have this disparaging separation between prices. Now, if you don't use expanded distribution, or you plan on doing the price pulsing across the board without the use of Ingram Book Group, then you should probably be fine, or you're not ordering a ridiculously large bulk of books so you can get paid to take your own books. So I'm very fortunate that sometimes there's an angel on one shoulder and there's a devil on the other one. I'm like everybody else out there, but there was one point I looked at it and I was like, oh man, they can pay me to take my books off the shelf. My wife looked at me and was like, no, do not do that. And I was just like, oh, okay. So I never took advantage.
Could I just try it on another account? That's my problem. I just want to see how it works. I just want to see if this really works. Oh, you're banned. But I was just saying, I'm not going to do it forever. I was able to test it out for like one copy because I didn't really was testing the theory necessarily. It was, I had discovered this issue. And then because I was like, I bought the book and I was like, wait, hang on a second. I'm getting that much of a royalty, but it's at $9.99, and again, a random price that's probably completely different from the actual story itself. But I did try it out, and it was like one book that I got from it. I didn't go order a bulk of them, but it was like after I'd ordered it when I discovered it, and so then it's when I started searching on YouTube and seeing, okay, does anybody else know about this? And this is when I discovered the guy that got his account banned for it. Now I don't know if that got his KDP account banned because again, this was pre
KDP Print, this was in CreateSpace days. So who knows, maybe he lost access to viewing KDP Print when it was transferred over. I don't know. I have no idea, but watch out for that one. I wanted to kind of mention that one, and it's not one I've talked about too often with my audience, and I figured your audience would appreciate
dangerous. Yeah, I mean, I kind of take what you're saying as a little bit of a cautionary tale, because I could see accidentally doing that.
Yep.
Or accidentally doing it, like not intentionally doing that, and then discovering it and then going, well, dang, I'm going to order a bunch of these. That's great.
Right.
Not thinking of the consequence. But it is when we get our accounts banned, and I have a publisher friend that did get their account banned, was able to recover it.
Yeah.
When we get our accounts banned, when we are self-publishing, we're done. It's like somebody just closed your entire business. So, and hers was, she used Choose Your Own Adventure.
Oh,
Never
nice.
do that. That
yes,
is
I think it's trademarked, isn't it?
It is, but it's such a common thing that we use. And so it's easy to slip into that. Now, every time I see that phrase, and I'm actually publishing Choose Your Own Publishing Adventure, as long as you put something else in there. But I do feel like I'm messing with fire a little bit, but I'm messing with it on purpose because I got so annoyed by that whole thing, you know. But so, yes, I am. Don't do as I do. I'm telling you, your account is precious. Never put it at risk. But I'm going to do this one thing because I'm annoyed.
But, you know, I do want to, of course, you know, also explain to people out there that if you ever do find yourself deplatformed from something like Amazon KDP, it happens more than I care to admit. And it sucks because I do have a direct pipeline to the KDP team, and they're like, the very first thing they said a few years ago when we first got connected was, hey, look, we're going to continue to talk to you, and we're going to continue to answer any questions or concerns that you have. But they're like, please do not come to us to get people reinstated. They're like, we cannot do that. It's due to privacy reasons. You can't get involved. And so, it's always heartbreaking when I see that. But, you know, we are right now, folks, there's so many ways to do this business that KDP is not the only way to be an author. I mean, there's so many alternatives, and some alternatives that are just absolutely incredible. I mean, there's platforms like, let's see here, Letterpress, fantastic new platform. It's direct sales ebooks. It's, you know, relatively rudimentary, but it's pretty good considering that you get a 100% royalty. You compare that to something like KDP, where they force you to price your ebook between $2.99 and $9.99 in order to get 70%. And if you do not stay within that price range for your ebook, they're going to penalize you. You're going to get half the royalties. And that sucks, because if you think about this, like if you want to value your book at $19.99, your ebook, they're going to pay you the same as if you were to charge it at $9.99, which is goofy as hell, because KDP is one of the very few platforms that will penalize people for not staying within a price range. Other platforms like Kobo Writing Life, if you go below, I think like $2.99, they give you like a 45% royalty, which is a little bit better. But, you know, if you go above $9.99, it's not a big deal. They're still going to give you the 70% royalty. So just know that if you ever have your account shut down, first of all, fight it. If you know that you have done nothing wrong, fight it. I've known some people, let's see here. There was one guy, it took him 6 months to get his account back. And he was just persistent. He was professional, and he showed patience the entire time. They finally gave him his account back. I had another friend that magically 3.5 years later, like, because he fought it for the first like year, and eventually they're just like, no, we're not giving you your account back. And 3.5 years later, his account just magically reappears. Gotta love the power of Amazon. They just you never really know what they're going to do. But just know there's so many alternatives. If you ever get the rug pulled out from underneath you, understand that KDP is not the only way to get yourself on Amazon, and Amazon is not the only game in the world. Please pay attention to the other platforms, because there are millions to be made on each one of these. And I don't think a lot of people understand this, that you can still have your ebook published exclusively on Amazon, but you can get your print book and you can get your audiobook as wide as you possibly like to. Unless, of course, you sign up with ACX, which that's a whole little conversation in and of itself. My apologies if I happen to be going on a rant here.
No, go on a rant. Everybody, this is funny because this segues into talking about direct sales, which in the chat, you said direct sales. Chat erupted with direct sales, direct sales. Yeah, direct sales. And one of the questions I'd wanted to ask you, because I just kind of stumbled across this myself, and it was because of a company in Australia called Books.by. And they do direct sales. And I was like, oh, very cool. I've never heard of this magic. How fabulous. And then I started doing a little more digging and found out BooksBaby apparently is doing just that for the same thing. You pay them a subscription and then it's direct sales. And then you just told me about Letterpress. So let's talk about direct sales a little bit. And I know there's Gumroad, and those things used to be looked at like publishing, like self-publishing, as kind of a, you couldn't get a real thing going on. But now
you didn't go on Amazon, did you?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, you're not a real writer. Yeah, I think we went from I'm on Amazon. Wow, you're a real writer to I'm on Amazon. Oh, you're not a real writer. And now we're back to I'm on Amazon. Oh, you're making money.
Oh, just a second. I do not have enough of my flatulence. Oh, that's beautiful. I love it.
Excellent. See, this is why I love talking to you so much. Every time, anywhere, I'm up for a Dale conversation. But let's talk about direct sales. Like, have you? I'm not going to say have you. What is your opinion and experience with like BookBaby and all of those kind of things?
Well, with BookBaby, actually, that's just an aggregate distributor that you pay a subscription to them. BookBaby has a pretty good reputation. I've heard many people that have brought up BookBaby and go, "Oh, it's a scam. You got to pay to get it published." Like, no, it's not necessarily a scam. They are meant for the folks out there that don't want to learn the process of self-publishing their books. They just want to go and get a lot of the things done for them. So I met a college student who actually had used BookBaby because he just didn't have the time to peel through every single one of my videos. He was like, BookBaby sounds good. I've got money. I want them to handle it for me. Just be careful. Not all companies out there function as honestly as BookBaby does. Again, they've got a great reputation in the business. But as far as, and they do have a direct sales option, by the way. I think it's called the BookBaby bookstore, maybe, or something like that.
That's what I stumbled across. That's what I thought they were an aggregator, and then I found out they have this other side of them I never knew about.
Yeah, they'll publish out to tons of retailers. They've got very, very wide reach. I've covered them in depth, but as far as direct sales options, there are so many to choose from. I have found great success with PayHip, has been fantastic. The reason why I like PayHip over the other platform, Gumroad, is PayHip actually directly integrates with the print-on-demand company BookVault. And BookVault has exceptionally good quality printing. The printers in the US doesn't measure up to the stuff in the UK. However, it's still comparable to the print quality that you're going to see in Ingram Spark, or even, in my opinion, better than Amazon KDP. But PayHip's a fantastic one. They will take 5% of your earnings, and then you have your payment processing fees, which is like 2.9% plus 49 cents per transaction. So, I mean, it's pretty good considering. And BookVault doesn't take anything from you. All they take is the print cost and the shipping cost. That's it. There's no like revenue split whatsoever. They just fulfill their end of things and get that stuff sent out. Audiobooks, though, you brought up BookBaby. There's one right there. And if I recall, the only distribution they have is through their bookstore for audiobooks. However, if I can remember, and please don't quote me on this, I think it was like a 70 or 75% royalty, which is exceptional because you look at a platform as popular as Audiobook Creation Exchange, which is the direct pipeline to Audible and Amazon. They only give you 40%, and you have to be exclusive in order to get that 40%. Because if you're not exclusive, you get 25%. So there is that. And then ebooks, you have the likes of PayHip and Gumroad, and Letterpress is also another one that's coming to the forefront. The nice thing about Gumroad, and to a certain extent PayHip, is they both have marketplaces. So you aren't just listing your book on your store and expected to send traffic over towards that direction. It's a good idea that you do that. However, you could put things passively on Gumroad and PayHip and potentially get sales. Now, I will tell you that PayHip just recently launched their marketplace. I would say it was within the last year. Gumroad's been up for years now, and I've gotten a ton of sales, a ton of emails, and such like that through Gumroad. And this is through products that sometimes I don't even share it in my YouTube videos. It's just, I think, oh, I'll go ahead and do this, throw it on up there. And oh, good Lord, I've got 600 new subscribers from this product here. So it is really nice, not only for generating revenue, but it's also great because you do have that direct relationship with your readers. That's what you're missing when you're going through platforms like KDP or Drafted Digital or Ingram Spark, because you can't have that customer. That customer is for the retailers only. But when they come to buy from you, you're able to track that relationship. You're able to nurture and grow that relationship. You're able to continue to deliver value to your readership without that middleman interrupting that. And here's the cool thing. Let's just say, for instance, you want to charge a pretty high fee on your ebook. Well, the nice thing is, if you do it through direct sales, who's going to tell you you need to do otherwise? And the other thing is too, is you can drop the price if you want to. You can price pulse without having the rug pulled out from underneath you. You don't have any worries. And that's the nice thing, is direct sales gives you a certain level of autonomy that you will not get if you're relying on sharecropping through platforms like KDP, Ingram Spark, Drafted Digital. By the way, I'm not picking on these platforms. They're all fantastic. That's not me punching down on them, but it's just to let you know. And one thing I've noticed is some people believe that it's an all or nothing situation. Like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm just too busy with this stuff over here. Set it up at least passively. Put it, even if it's your first book, I don't care if you don't have a single reader right now, just put it up there passively and make it available, because as your business grows and matures, there's going to become more awareness of those assets and awareness of the fact that people can buy directly from you versus supporting some mega corporation like Amazon. And there's some people that would love to just do something like that. And, you know, direct sales is definitely the way to go. But I'm very realistic about this here. Direct sales is not a passive thing. So I did say you can leave it passively. It is not a passive thing. If you want to see sales, you want to get revenue, you need to actively promote that link or the location of wherever your book is for direct sales.
Yeah, well, that's something that we have to do anyways, though, which I still get this question. I feel like we all know that it's up to us as the creators to market ourselves. Nobody's going to do it. Doesn't matter if you're with Simon and Schuster, where yes, you could get some marketing, but only if you're one of the 100 that they put. I'm making that number up. Please don't quote me on that. But you know, only if you're one of the very few that get through anyways and get published, you're still going to have to do all your own marketing. They look at our platform now, even if you want to go traditionally published, they look at our platforms first and find out how big is our platform. And then that decides if they're going to take the book or not. Oh, we're not excluding with the quality, but if there's two books and they are both the topic that they're wanting to publish, and one author has a big platform and one doesn't, they will take the big platform. You know, that's just economics too, because then that's helping them to sell the book. I don't
Having
even
a
know
platform makes a huge difference for sure. You know, that's a big selling point, you know, versus some author who has absolutely no following. However, that's not to say that, you know, if you don't have a following that you couldn't be able to land a deal that you want. But you know, you put it in a good way that all authors have to do marketing and promotion, all of them. There are some big mega contracts out there. Yes, the Dean Koontzes and the Stephen Kings of the world that get sweetheart deals. However, for the most part, unless you have it worked into your contract to the T, you're probably going to be the one who needs to market and promote. And even on top of that, you probably should market and promote your work. I mean, you're the one who's most romantic about your work. I mean, who better to market your work than you? Because you know it inside out, upside down. Nobody else is going to know it like you do.
Yeah, and I'm going to say, like, Dean Koontz probably started out by marketing himself, and then he reached that point where now they'll market him.
Amazon really likes pushing him.
Yeah, they do. I'm all for it. But I'm right here, Amazon, if you ever want to, you know, come on over. Somebody mentioned BookFunnel and Story Origin are also direct sales platforms. Yes, I think I have heard that, but that's pretty new, right? Because I remember hearing it. I don't know anything about it.
BookFunnel's been around for a while now. They had the direct sales feature, but I think it was within the last year that they rolled out direct sales for audiobooks. And that's one of very few platforms I can think of off the top of my head that do direct sales for audiobooks. There was a platform, and I'm not sure, it was called Storyfare or Audiobook Story. There was one that did a 75% royalty, which was the closest thing to being like direct sales. But unfortunately, they ended up, I don't know that they went belly up, but I think they were looking for buyers to buy up their platform. It might be Storyfare audiobooks. Very promising looking platform. But yeah, that is BookFunnel's great, and StoryOrigin, you're right. That actually was within the last year. Evan rolled out the direct sales feature, and the two asterisks next to it is, first of all, you have to pay for the premium membership for StoryOrigin, which is, if you get an annual membership, it's like $8.33. If you do the monthly membership, it's going to get $10. And that's not the only thing that you have available in StoryOrigin. Same thing with BookFunnel. You have other marketing tools that are in there. And by the way, it's not done for you marketing. It's marketing tools that you'll have to use on your own. So things like newsletter swaps, group promos, I do my beta. I have my beta readers do my stuff over there. My ARC team also goes through StoryOrigin. So there's many things that can kind of do. Now, the next asterisk next to it is the payment processor that StoryOrigin has an agreement with. Is called Lemon Squeezy. And they actually worked out a deal. And this is what Evan told me, specifically the founder of StoryOrigin. They have a deal with Lemon Squeezy where the authors get 5% processing fee plus another, I don't know, 49 cents per transaction or something like that. Now that seems a little higher, especially when you consider it the likes of PayPal or PayHip, because I mean PayHip it's 5% period, but you look at Gumroad, it's 10%. But the payment processing fee is usually 2.9% for PayPal and Stripe. But you go over to Lemon Squeezy, it's like 5%. But here's where it gets beautiful, is that they manage VAT, or value added tax, in various regions throughout the world. So you don't have to worry about having to work your CPA overtime or your bookkeeper overtime, or if it's you don't need to be putting too much work into having to report those VAT, because the VAT is handled by Lemon Squeezy. So you know what? Take that extra less than 2.5%. Wait, is it 2.1%, if that means that you can handle the VAT for me, because that makes my life a lot easier.
Oh yeah, peace of mind. Yeah, I'm always like, yeah, I probably shouldn't say it out loud, but I'm always worried I'm getting like, you haven't been paying this thing that you didn't know about for the last 5 years, so you're going to jail. Like, could happen. But I'll write about it. Don't worry, it'll be a great adventure.
I got the information. Stand down.
I can't pay if you just tell me about it. It's just, I'm a writer with so many numbers. I do want to talk about marketing a little bit. We were Substack. I've been doing it for 2 years. You're on Substack now. Yeah. That's a huge marketing platform, I feel like, because I think we get a lot of readers from Substack, which is not true across social medias usually, which is, will we call it a social media or not? I don't know. Jury's out on that. But there's so many different ways to market that do not cost a bundle. Then you can get into like the Amazon ads and Facebook ads, which I don't, because I know you can get yourself in a lot of trouble if you don't know what you're doing, and I don't know what I'm doing.
You can blow through money real fast.
Yeah. That's, I'm like, I'm not messing with that right now.
Have I ever shared you the horror story about the time I had a coaching client one time that had spent over $3,000 on ads to only get 12 sales?
Oh, wow. No.
Yes. They reached out to me. It was a mother-son duo that put together a children's book, and everything, was fantastic. They had great heart for everything. And for whatever reason, they decided, no, let's go ahead and give Amazon ads a shot. And they found out real quick, like, oh my gosh, well, they had set their budget at $1,000 per day and set their cost per click at $1 per click. And it blew through that budget every single day. Now, that doesn't always happen. They probably tapped into just the right thing, because Amazon's not like Facebook or Google in that they'll take all of your daily budget. Like Amazon will do that. However, in a lot of instances, if you keep your cost per click pretty low, it won't blow through the budget. In fact, they will sometimes not even use all of your money for a given day. But yeah, they found out real quick, like, you don't just throw money at the situation if you don't know what you're doing, because otherwise you're going to blow $3,000 to sell 12 books. And they're 12 books profit did not equal 3,000. So it was a real loss. And I felt terrible for them. And thankfully I guided them in the right direction. Sorry to rabbit trail you. I had to share that horror story. And by the way, anybody that's watching this, take the Amazon advertising. It's now called Amazon Advertising Academy. It used to be called the Amazon Advertising Certification Courses. It's available inside your dashboard. I recommend, even if you don't plan on using Amazon ads, go take the courses. They're free. They're pretty good. They've actually been elevating. I've been taking them for the last 3-4 years now, and they keep getting better every year. They're very informative. They give you a look under the hood of how Amazon functions. So if you ever kind of like wonder, like, hey, Dale, where do you learn all this stuff from? I get a lot directly from the source. Like literally, like there's hours upon hours of certification courses that I highly recommend. Go read through them. They're fantastic. Not to mention there's some really cool free features in Amazon advertising that are just rolling out now. Did you know they have a new like social media type thing that is attached to your Author Central account now? So on your author profile, they actually have posts. So anybody that's listening to this, go into your Amazon advertising dashboard. On the left-hand side, you're going to look at brand content. Click on brand content. There's going to be a drop-down. It should say posts. If you don't see that brand content down into posts, ping them through support, because I had it and I was posting like crazy till like one day it just disappeared. So I got a hold of support. I was like, hey, what gives? You guys gave it to me and now you took it away. And they're like, oh, okay. They spent a couple of weeks troubleshooting, and then magically it just showed up again. And I was like, hey, never mind, it's back. But it is kind of nice. It works kind of like an Instagram type thing, but you're limited to 300 characters. And the image rules are somewhat similar to Facebook ads guidelines, where you're not supposed to have a lot of embedded text in the image itself. But the cool thing is you can tag anywhere from 1 to 5 products. So if you have different iterations of your book, your ebook, your print book, be it paperback or hardcover, your audiobook, things like that. And it also will tag all of the categories that you're attached to. But this will feed over into a section called posts on your author profile. Now, if you haven't posted one yet, you will not see that column. I had some people like, I don't see it on my author profile. Well, you have to post something first, and then it will appear. And the nice thing is, if they approve it, it actually will go out to various portions of their website app or their website and their app as well, to where it actually is going to populate in various areas to customers. So then it gives you additional exposure. And here's the nice thing, free. Yeah, I love it. It's my favorite cost, free 99. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. May I have another one? So yeah, free. But I got you all derailed because I get so excited about Amazon ads and trying to explain to people, please don't throw your money away, but also explore it because they're giving you away free stuff.
That's amazing. I'm actually, while you're talking, I'm looking over there at my Amazon author page. I'm going to rewatch this so I can go locate that and find that. That's fabulous.
I just did a live broadcast last Thursday. I had a host. I was going to co-host a live Amazon ads auditing, and my co-host got sick. And so I was like, you know what? Let me go ahead and just show this thing that I've had since December. And I went through that. So anybody that wants to check it out, it was one of my more recent live videos, and you can pop in on my YouTube channel to watch that. And I go through the entire process, and you see the mistakes that I made because they rejected quite a few images. They were like, yeah, there's too much text on this. They're very, very picky. They will allow you to do whatever posts you want to on there, but they will not syndicate it out to their various platforms and apps and all that stuff unless you have it dialed in according to their specs.
Okay. Yeah. And for anybody watching this, after this is done, I'm going to go find that link and share it in the description so you can just go directly find that. And I'll be watching it because that's very cool. I didn't know that. I know a lot of people like to stomp all over Amazon. I get it. If it weren't for Amazon, we wouldn't be here, in my opinion. So I get like the whole greed and everything. But I do feel like we can be partners with them rather than at odds. And I feel like they're trying to, probably somebody's out there like hating on me right now because I just said that. But, that's how I feel. Knowing something like that, that's a huge, cool thing for us that we can use. Speaking of marketing and how to market. So, yeah, and the comments in the chat are all for it, talking about everybody likes free. I think that's our favorite price.
I mean, come on. Yeah. I mean, and the funny thing is, I do have a lot of authors that come to me frustrated because they're struggling in some capacity. They're not selling the number of books that they want. and they're thinking that they need to pay to play. Yes, if you have the money, you will travel a lot quicker if you have the money. However, resourceful and resilient authors out there are going to say, okay, I may not have the budget, but how I can make this happen. I will figure out how I can get out there for free. And there's so many free resources out there, free opportunities. There's look at your local library. Go over, talk to your local librarian, any of the branch managers. You can probably reach out to them and see if you can maybe do something, contribute books. You could do a workshop. You could do, I don't know, a read along, any types of things. Just think about how can you get yourself out there? Because that's the whole deal with marketing and promotion is how can you be more visible? Visibility doesn't have to cost anything sometimes, just be visible. And so that's going to be the thing is you have to be creative. And everybody that's watching this, if you're an author, you're creative. You cannot convince me otherwise. You are a creative individual who has spent time putting words onto a page creatively and making it make sense. And to me, I think that you just got to see about getting creative. And there's so many authors out there that just come to me out of desperation and struggling and going, I don't understand. I don't have any money. I can't do this. Like, no, you can do this. You very much can do this. In fact, let me give you a good resource. This is another link you're going to have to drop later. DaleLinks.com/book promos. So DaleLinks.com/book promos will take you over to my link tree, and it's going to give you a list of lists. So in these list of lists, you're going to find different sites like Kindlepreneur has one, Readsy has one, a number of them, and they actually will show you all of the free and premium promo sites out there. What you'll need to do is go in, visit that link, and you're going to need to sift through that list. What I would recommend is don't just discard the things you can't afford now, because you'll afford it later. It'll eventually come around that you can do that. So put yourself a spreadsheet together. Find out all of the free services that are out there and list them all in underneath one little category and get all your premium ones put together and how much each one of those costs inside a spreadsheet. And then when you get ready to do a book promotion, you've got yourself a deep list. And when I mean deep list, there's thousands from all of these sites combined. Maybe that's a hyperbole, but I'm going to say at least hundreds at least.
Yeah.
So
probably more than any of us have the time to use. I'll say that, like probably more than you can possibly use.
Exactly. So. And see, that's the thing is if you don't have the budget, figure a way around. I've literally just given you the keys of the kingdom. And by the way, Angela, one of these days, I'm going to take that list and I'm going to condense it down to one big, massive, master list. So that way people can be able to go through that. But for right now, it's unfortunately a list of lists. So you're going to have to visit each one of those sites individually and pick out the ones that make the most sense to you.
Yeah. If I ever do that, I'll give it to you. Cause that's my first thought is like, oh, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to make a grand master list.
Yeah.
Yeah. Comments, loving everything that you're saying about marketing and stuff. That is the thing though. We build worlds and yet it's the lies that we're sold as artists, I think, but you can't do marketing because that would be selling out an emotional baggage and blah, blah, blah.
Oh, gosh.
But no, we can. If we can build worlds, we can certainly build a marketing world for us. And there's no reason that I think it's our attitude. We don't believe we're worthy. And so then we hesitate to tell other people, but we are. Readers are great judges. We're not going to force anybody to buy our books. If it's not for them, they won't buy it. And that's okay. Not every book for everybody.
That's right.
But yeah, exploding chat about love Dale's outside the box thinking with libraries. Everybody likes free, great resource on the promo link. If anybody in chat finds these, feel free to share them because they will be in the chat later and then saves me time.
Here's another free one for you. I'm just going free ones off the top of my head. I did a case study with this last year. In July and in September, 3 months separated, what I did was I visited little free libraries in July and I donated indie author books that I had on hand to put in there. And my whole thought process was, if I put this inside this little free library, it's like a little nook that's available in various portions of your neighborhood. Like people will have those inside their yard or businesses will have it out front of them. And you can take a book, leave a book, one of those type of deals. And so essentially you can just go ahead and leave one of your books there. And my thought process was, okay, if I come back here a few months from now, will these books be here still? And I come to find out, and I can't remember the percentage, but I would say 90%, it's arbitrary, just going to pull off the top of my head. It was most of the books had already been gone. within the 3 months, they were gone. So if you are ordering proof copies for yourself and it's just collecting dust, guess what? Dust ain't going to pay the bills. And just having a book on hand ain't going to do you any good. I mean, what are you going to do? Read it for the 50 millionth time? I mean, you probably did that enough when you were editing it. So get that book off of your shelf, put it into a little free library. And you can even, level that up a little bit. Put in a bookmark if you want to, with like a QR code that directs people over to your website. Maybe even a personal note inside there. You just autograph the inside. Hey, this is a free book. I was dropping a little free libraries. Drop me an email if you got this book and I'll send you a special prize. Something like that.
Yeah.
That's not 100% free because obviously you had to pay for the proof. But if that proof is just collecting dust on your shelf, I'm pointing to my books on my shelf. Yeah, don't judge me.
Those are display models. Display.
It is all display, which actually, if you just take this down here, you'll see a ridiculous overstock here of these books right here. So, which, by the way, who wants a book? Angela, pick somebody out of your chat and see if I can go ahead and ship them a book. So it's up to you.
Yeah. Pick a number between 1 and 10. How about in chat? And I'm going to write it down so that I'm not cheating. Number between 1 and 10. Dale's giving away a free book.
Yep, I'll autograph it. I'll send it out, and this includes international. Yes, I will eat that international cost because I'll be sending out a shipment this next week. I was doing a project and such, but yes, if you'd like to have an autographed copy, actually, I have some special editions that are still sitting on my shelf. So you get the nice little gold foiling cover.
Oh,
here.
man.
So, but yes,
I want one of those, and I happen to know what the number that I just wrote down is. So.
Well, I'll just send it to you, Angela. I mean, you don't have to win anything.
Knowing you is a win.
Number is 8. Oh, look, I picked the right number.
In the chat, it's not 8. Don't listen to what Dale just said. That's not what I wrote down. My hands are.
I don't see anything she's doing. Yeah.
All right, we have an 8. We have a 3. Nobody's gotten it yet. Keep going. Oh, somebody just got it. It was 5. It's A.F. Stewart.
A.F. Stewart. All right.
Cheating.
So A.F. Stewart, I will need your mailing address. If you can, reach out to me at dale@selfpublishingwithdale.com. Again, that's dale@selfpublishingwithdale.com. Or you can just DM your address over to Angela, and she can go ahead and send that to me. Please make sure that you give me your full name, so that way it's not bouncing back to me. I've had some people where they just give me a partial name or their pen name, and then it just comes back, and I'm like going, great, thanks. I love shredding my money. That's my favorite thing to do. Along with everything being free, of course. Yeah,
I like it when it's free for me, but not the other.
Yeah, exactly.
Free for the universe to burn up and no benefits from it at all. Yep, I actually know A.F. Stewart, Anita, so I'll make sure that we connect up. But thank you. That is awesome and so generous. And this is perfect. Like I said, knowing Dale is a win. So.
Well, thank you so much. In fact, you know what? I'm feeling extra generous. I'm just going to throw in an extra book because I got some of these special edition books. I'm just going to go ahead and throw in. So yeah, it's going to be a 1 for 2 deal. There you go. 2 for 1. 2 for 1. Yes, that's how we normally say it. And good Lord, am I possessed by AI? Say like the most backwards things. 1 for 2.
That's how you know we're not AI. All right, drop your numbers again. We're doing a second one, and I have written down the magic sticky note, high tech secret number generator right there.
Oh, I meant originally I was just going to get A.F. Stewart 2 books, but you know what?
Oh, sweet. No, that's
you've already spoken. You already spoken. That's it. Let's draw another one.
Awesome. All right, drop those numbers. Secret number generator. And we just had our next guest pop in, which is Amy hitting us an outrage. Come on, guys, keep going. We have not. Oh, okay, we got the number. I actually do not know this person, so you are going to have to message us. But it is B Carden 1, and it was 8.
All right, very good. Again, direct message Angela with your name, your address, or even you can email me at dale@selfpublishingwithdale.com. I trust that anybody didn't win is going to email me. You know, everybody's gonna be like emailing, hey, I'm the person who won.
Won $1 million. That was me.
Yeah, that was me. That was me for sure.
I know you do have to go, even though I don't want you to go. You're like more than welcome to always stay forever. And hi, Amy. And I muted you. You're welcome to join in the conversation. but I muted you for that moment. So go ahead and unmute too. But Amy's a co-host. We used to do a poetry show together called Cake and Hyperbole. So that is the rest of the block party is we're going to be doing poetry.
Nice. Well, I am probably the wrong guy for poetry.
Yeah, but everybody who tells me that, I wind up getting poetry out of them. So challenge accepted.
True. Well, Angela, thank you so much for having me on today. It's a pleasure. We blasted through like an hour like it was nobody's business.
Always, though. It's always so interesting to talk to you. And I always leave. Whenever we separate, there's a million tabs up that I need to go explore. And I've got notes coming out the wazoo where I'm like, oh, I need to know that. I need to know that. And I always feel like inspired and energized, which is what you bring to your YouTube channel, your Substack, all the places.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Dale. And chat is erupting with thanks. Everybody loves you. And yeah, there's nothing to not love. You have heard it from the Oracle.
The Oracle. Yes, I got to grow my beard. Big beard. I need a staff. Yeah, thank you so much for your time. You ladies have a lovely live stream.
Thank you. Bye, Dale. Thank you so much. All right. And I muted you again. I'm sorry. I accidentally clicked.
That's okay.
Thank you. Yeah, we had a little bit of a mix-up this morning with technology. Dale's phone wouldn't take Substack, so we wound up having like a last minute, I'm talking last hour switcheroo. So that's why I was like, well, we could just do it in here and then I'll change all the links real quick. And Kristen.
Hi.
For anybody who doesn't know what we're doing now, we're doing a massive open mic. I am getting like weird feedback on your end, Amy. Is that some weird feedback? I think it's coming through the speakers.
Okay, I'll go out and go back in. I don't know what else to do. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, or it could just, yeah. Well, I'll explain what we're doing right now. Massive open mic now. So anybody who wants to come in, if you're in the Opportunities Hub, that's the link on the next. I can actually share it. Look at that, because I have technological powers. I am going to share that so everybody knows right where to go. I'm sharing, like, if you're in the hub, how do you get in here to read? I'm going to share that link, except I can't find it. I know I have it open. Oh, upcoming events. I do have it open. So if you're in the hub, this is where you're going to right here. We just went Dale L. Roberts. If you come here and you click it open, you're going to be able to come in here to read. And anybody else, I said DM me and I'll share them the link. And that way we can avoid getting massively Zoom bombed or Google Meeted bombed. So, welcome you guys. You know what? We have to talk about Cake and Hyperbole.
Yes, we do.
Do you want to tell it? Yeah, oh, I can. And I was going to say, we'll talk about Cake and Hyperbole really quick, and I think we should just get reading.
Yeah, sounds good.
Hey, there's Pixie. Yeah. Hello. But Cake and Hyperbole, Amy's probably going to have more on this. Cake and Hyperbole is a little thing that I'm going to say Amy started. It was COVID, a dark, dark year for most of us. I had just had the courage to do a live open mic. I think we did like 3 of them, right? Before it closed down.
Yeah, I think there were 4, and I missed the first one because we worked at the same library, and you launched one at the library where we worked, and I saw the sign for it when I came in for my interview, and they asked me what was the first thing I noticed when I came in. And I said, well, the lady who greeted me was friendly, but also I saw this open mic night sign, and they said, oh, you got to come to that. We had the first one last night, but it snowed a lot. It was like really snowy. And they said, so I think like 1 person came or something. So we had January, February, March. And I remember at the March one, this woman who had brought her young daughter who was either in high school. I think her daughter was like in high school. You remember her? And she had a son at Mizzou, at the University of Missouri. And she was saying, oh, they closed and all this. And it's like, I didn't even know everything that was going on with COVID was such a big deal. And that was a Wednesday. And the following Monday they closed it all down for 2 or 3 months or whatever. So yeah, I thought one of the things I was doing was shelf reading when we worked there on site, and I just saw some young adult book where this girl lived in a cemetery and helped all the ghosts, realize their dreams, kind of like in Heart and Souls. Oh, I died without being brave in this area that I wanted to be brave, and so she helped them achieve that. And I thought, gosh, we should just do like a live stream. And I thought I'll do a live stream. And I thought it'll be more fun with another person. So I emailed you, and you were like, sure. And you told me later, you were like, I was so nervous. I was like, it did not show. So we started just doing like third Sunday poetry, and then we added Cake and Hyperbole, and we had two going a month for a while there. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, that was so much fun. We had a theme song, thanks to Amy. So for all you guys popping in right now, Amy Zollers is my poetry partner from, I would say way back, but that was like 5 years ago. That was like way back now.
It seems like way back. You've moved to another continent and such since then. And but I pass by your street every day when I go to work, and I'm like, oh, Angela. But this is so cool that we are meeting up for World Poetry Day.
Yeah, which this was Amy's genius idea, because she messaged me a while back and said, hey, what do you want to do something for World Poetry Day? And I'm like, yeah, March 21st, though. There's something I have going on for that. What is it? The block party that I've been talking about forever. So it just worked out. But here we are.
I was just trying to
live stream. We have to play the Cake and Hyperbole song. I'm just going to say that. But that was yours.
All right.
But for now, I think let's get reading some poetry. Like this is a very unstructured, like most things I do, a very unstructured thing. So I'm going to say we just go in order as we pop in. If you don't have to be here the whole time, if you don't want to, you're welcome to be here the whole time. I am going to try, and the big all caps try, to, with my very limited video editing skills, which some of you have heard much about, I'm going to try to clip these for anybody who wants it, so you can have a reading of just you, and that way you can use it on your social media and stuff later. But huge all caps try there. I will do my best to do that. But otherwise, let's get into it. I'm actually opening my poetry folder now because it's been that kind of a weird morning. But I'm going to say, Amy, will you do the pleasure of starting us off with poetry? Amy is the glitter poet, I always think, like somebody whose poetry just has lots of magic in it and fun, and never knew why she hung out with me.
Because Angela is a great writer, a great encourager, and we just had so much fun. That was just all there was to it.
It was a lot of fun. I'm talking myself into we should do that again. We should reprise Cake and Hyperbole again. Once a month we got to do it. But we'll discuss it later.
Yeah, quarterly or something,
Yeah.
Man, we can do it. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm just going to preface it with saying that, of course, next month is National Poetry Month. And I have a friend that I made, Angela and I met kind of at the storytelling classes. And then when we both worked at the Independence Library, and then I took some time away because of my dad's health. And then I got hired up at the Blue Springs Library, same system, different branch. And I met a friend named Amy Jo, and we're actually working on a loneliness collection together, because even when like the situation doesn't look lonely, we both have this real keen sense of finding the loneliness in situations. And so working through it with poetry. So we're going to try and release, we're on track. 27 Kinds of Loneliness will be the title, and it's going to be sometime in April. And I'm going to read The Greaser in the Back. You, the greaser in the back, part of my emergence, my soul's urgency, late arrival, revelation that I can be adored, my anthem sung, two on a planet of artists to suffer apart for poetry and song. Flame, flare, golden soul, and melt in my mouth. Alone, my ancient sightings of your strolling ghost, tall and moseying in the black canvas shoes of the cool. I have only just strayed from your blind spot. I, cursed genius of invisibility, entwined, confusion and thrill, fear and elegance, spectrum and tailored, lovers, crowds and few, angels and devils, the inward kind, the new, the finely aged. Entwined, the kindness, a kind, threads in a tapestry, love doodles in the margins.
Aw.
So,
Wonderful.
Yeah, nice. I like that project too. 27.
all kinds of loneliness.
I like that.
There was a book back in the like 1950s or 60s by Richard Yates called 11 Kinds of Loneliness, and it was short stories. That's totally where I got the idea for the title. But oh man, that guy's great. I mean, he's a little bit poisonous, you know, like he called John Updike Precious John because everybody loved John Updike and Richard Yates, who, you know, but he had such a great like School of Anxiety or whatever that, The Age of Anxiety. That's when he wrote in, and I loved him, and I read him during my very, very sad times.
Yeah.
And so I never forgot that title. That's the point.
Yeah, I love that title. Yeah. Well, and sad times are important to us, I think. Sad times are important to us as artists. You know, we need the sad times, but it's the fertile soil by which all the flowers grow.
That's true. Ooh, that's good.
You can all have that for a line if you want.
Writing it down.
We have Kristen came in next. I'm just going to go in order. By the way, here's my hint of organization. However you popped in is how the order that we can go in, because I am, last minute or figuring this out. It's been a crazy morning. But Kristen, I don't know you, but feel free, introduce yourself and share your work. I'm excited. I always love a new face. I love old faces, but I also love new faces. Old faces. Faces are yummy.
Well, I'm a friend of Amy's, and I've actually seen some of your like joint live streams before, and that's how I know of you. But I know of Amy because she and I are big fans of the German band Einstürzende Neubauten, and we've been writing this sort of little thing, and I don't really remember what it's called. That's how long it's been since.
It is in my documents, I know, but it was basically Blixa Bargeld, the lead of Einstürzende Neubauten, and shows up in Art Rates, the collection that I released. But yeah, Kristen and I also have a collection going, but we've been sort of messaging back and forth. We got to get back into that because, I mean, here comes National Poetry Month and the summer when I won't be working. So,
right.
Yeah.
And yeah, he appears in our dreams, so we tend to write about him as our muse.
Yep. He does it on purpose.
He does it on purpose, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I was looking through my poetry and stories that I've been writing. I don't have a whole lot, but I have one that I just picked out just now that seems to be pretty decent, I should say, for a live stream. So I don't have a title for it yet, but it's just called, I guess I'll name it One of These Days, because that's the closing line, I guess. But I'll probably change it later. Okay, so your back aches from the weight on your shoulders. Try moving the rocks instead of the boulders. Relax a while. You're doing too much. You can always reach out for help and such. You drag your bones to your tiny little bed, where you wearily lay down your tiny little head. When things become too much and you need some space, try to think of a happy place. A moment in time where you were in pure bliss, perhaps with a loved one sharing a kiss. We all deal with stress in different ways. Remember, things will be better one of these days. Thank you.
Yes.
Bravo.
I like that. That's something I should listen to as I'm falling asleep because it's very, very comforting.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, you're muted, Angela.
I can't hear you, Angela.
Sorry, the dog started barking. I'm not gonna. You guys are getting a lot of claps in chat. I'm gonna ask chat, get on in here. I'm gonna share the link. I'm gonna share the link to join us too. But yeah, I love that. That was awesome. And it's like so good to meet you. Like I feel like we do know each other, but now we're like knowing each other face to face, which is cool. Through Amy, the magical connector. Who came in next? I think it was Pixie, right? Was it you next, Pixie?
Yes, yes, it was.
Pixie is one of my dark sisters, so we always tend to be the depressing ones.
I am going to be reading a poem called Oubliette. Where did the electric lost memories and fantasy go? I feared and despaired I was forgotten. Lost memories and feelings of Sumerian gods seized from the roots of your chestnut hair and plucked from the worn riverside cobblestones of your gorgeous head. Is there an oubliette in the solchki of your collarbone or between the cuff of your sleeve that I might fall into as I am slight, still exist in? I am recalled as Nadir, as easy as you ash your cigarette or turn a page, and unsure if it's a slip of your forked fate tongue from sleeping in the wrath you grew up too close to or genuine affection. You are my favorite devils, you know, all milk white in shadows, if I ever dare to kiss you. That's my damn type, though. I shall bite you long and hard. But you bring me darkness, not light, as poets do when they collide. Shroud of ghosts and murder ballads, so you bear my ring note of teeth marks. I will need an alibi soon, and I am branded upon you for good. Will a lost cosmic night porter cover for me too? We would destroy each other with joy. You make me forget myself. I am damned, damn you. I shower in holy water to absolve the Magdalene laundry list of imaginary sins, venial, mortal, literal, and literary. I'd commit, insert any preposition here, you. Find me in the bottom of a glass, dear one. Find me in the skein of a telescope web. Morning, noon, and night, you are no one I know. You are another one. Another time, another place, another world, another timeline, lifeline. We dance with only duende between us, sans chaperone or rouge chapeau. Oh, how I missed you and our minute slips of betrayal, of which flame tongues seethe between the gyres and threaten to raise us to beautiful self-immolations. We've a fantastic death abyss. Tell no one. Let's keep the secret. Swaddled like velvet changelings. I look for uncomplicated hymns, but love of any and licorice all sorts has none. Contains an altered line from Anne Sexton, a little uncomplicated hymn from the complete poems, Houghton Mifflin, 1981.
Oh, I love it.
That's
Grace
great.
can see what I mean, though. That Pixie and I will be the dark elements in any light and sunny day.
Thank you so much.
It's beautiful. Awesome. I think Sarah, right? You were next, Sarah?
Yes, I was.
Yeah, and you also have a brand new book out. And you guys promote ourselves. If you have a book and you want to share it, promote ourselves. Like share your books.
You know, I feel really self-conscious. I'm going to read from a book. It is called I Have a Copy, of course. And I did, when I was listening to Dale on that thing, on the live recording to Dale's thing, I did drop off copies of my free proofs to my physical therapist office, because a lot of people wait in physical therapy and they want to read. It's a little bit of a comfort for them to read poetry. And at my hairdressers, because women sit for a long time, especially when they get their hair colored, which I do. So it is called Underdog Bet, and you can get it on Amazon and Barnes and Noble and there's some places out there you can get it that I didn't know you could get it, like through books and stuff. So you can probably find some places I didn't know about. And Pegasus, which is publishing it, Pegasus website. So this one is called Threshold. Today I stopped striving to attain false hope of others, of another, that were meaningless. Despondent grief I mourned, and the salty tears of remorse bathed my wounds. I tasted them on my fingertips. I pulled on a robe, my robe. She was warm and familiar. She remembered who I was and what I must do to become whole again, to forgive, to let go, to atone for the hurt I had caused. I will never be who I was, but a new me, with some pieces missing, others yet to come, wiser ones, perhaps not all perfectly chosen, but ones that I choose to define me. So I must ready myself and look forward. New challenges, new hopes, my new life now in front of me. And that's it. Thanks.
I love that. I love that you came out with this book too.
Thanks.
And
What's it?
oh, there goes my dogs. I only hear that feedback, Amy, when everybody's reading. So like just click on and off, and then you don't have to run and get headphones and stuff. I don't know if you saw in the chat.
So do you mean mute on and off? Click that on and off?
Yeah. Whenever I'm about to have a circus truck go by, I know it's a weird Brazilian thing. So I'm going to mute myself in just about 2 seconds because we're about to be inundated. But yeah, if you just mute on and off, that's the only time I hear it is when somebody else is speaking. Here comes the circus truck and the dog's howling. Goodbye, I'm muted. But who's next? It's Stephen, right?
Yes. Do you hear me? All
I
right.
do.
Okay. Well, looks like you're having a great time over there, Angela. Can I have some of what you're having for lunch? Okay. So my poem is rather experimental. It's called Something by the Numbers. Whatever you want to put in something. So it's kind of a mathematician's poem. And every word starts with a letter, and then it has 6 letters, and every word in that sentence has to use the same sounding letter. Word is the first. You'll figure it out. Let me just start off. 4 fawn fans, free from fear. 6 say sexton, set sun. 9 need neat note, nail near. 1 old ode, oft out own. 2 tag tit, tan tot tide. 7 stone same, shame, still spawn smile. 8 elect elite, eager eagle eerie. 3 trans teens taken, toxic trial. That's it.
I love that. That is awesome.
Thank you.
That is awesome. Well, tell everybody a little bit about who you are, Stephen, because I know you. I was going to say intimately,
Okay.
but we already had the whole hot comment, so I'm going to shy away from that. But tell
Sure.
us about who you are and what you do.
Yeah. So I publish games, and I'm learning to publish books, I suppose, right? And I've been working on bringing epic stories to life through games for quite a while, and I decided to move over to writers about 3 years ago. And so I've been developing collaborative storytelling games with the help of authors, and many of them who are on this, like Sarah and Angela, Pixie. And so I have a game publishing company, and I do indie games, and I've probably got about 25 games out there. And I said, hey, if I can publish games, I can publish a book. I love to write and read, and I like promoting other authors really more so than myself. So I'm working on some really cool games where people write an episode and that becomes its own little universe of a game, and it's all around storytelling. So that's me.
Yeah, which those are awesome. Steven's not saying all the things. He has Small Town Tales,
Yeah,
which
that's
is a
my
lot of
game.
fun to play and to generate stories with. Like as you play, you're actually creating a story. And Sarah and Pixie in here, and I can't remember who else. I know it's like Mark and Steven. Anyways, you guys all came together and created a story that is going to appear in the upcoming magazine. So I'm kind of excited about that. And it was from playing Small Town Tales. So I'm going to
Yep.
just like plug that game is awesome. I'm going to try to remember to put it in the links after this live is over. But
Yep.
and then
And
the other thing I'm going to say, oh, go ahead.
okay, no, I was to say, Pixie is my inspiration for poetry. She's just an awesome lady. And so she's kind of given me an idea to come up with a deck of cards that could be used for generating poetry, and maybe even collaborative poetry, right?
Yeah.
Where you could play different kinds of games, and so I'm going to play around with that. It could be available exclusively on Authortunities, where you
Ooh,
could get the Authortunities poetry deck, something like that.
I
You
like
know?
that. I
Yeah.
like that. You know, I'm all for it. Green light.
So,
Yes, let's do that. And I think one of the benefits of collaboration is because it's really hard to promote ourselves. When I write a poem, I don't want to talk about it because I'm talking about me and I'm embarrassed. But I love talking about everybody else's poetry. So when we collaborate, it makes it easy to talk about each other and boost each other. Like we boost ourselves
mhm,
when we can boost each other because it's
mhm.
just not as, I don't know. That's my 2 cents on it. I'll read because I guess I'm the last, but the first. But because I was in here, Dale bailed on us and would not read. So, yeah. And then, Amy, if you want, I'm going to let you MC the second round if you want. And everybody grab another poem and get another poem ready. And then I feel so awkward when I do these things, but, thanks for coming along with my awkwardness. It's a nerd thing, I guess. Like, what do I do with my hands? I don't know. But now I'm just going to shut up and read poetry. This is from a collection that I'm getting ready to put out called Vain and Vanity. And it is all haiku. And it was going to be ready for National Poetry Month, but, life. And so now it's going to be ready whenever I get the last poems edited and get it out. So maybe during Poetry Month. That's the beauty of self-publishing, because the beauty and the horror is that you can do whatever you want and when you want, and then sometimes that means it just doesn't happen. So that's the double side of that. But I'm going to read The Comfort of Nightmares, and my dogs are going to start barking on cue to help with that. Comfort of Nightmares. When the dawn broke, we let daydreams fall over our eyes too easily. Our vision turned inward to hide from a reality that burned too bright, too harsh to behold. We remembered, imagined how it used to be, the good old days when values still mattered. We ignored the empty farm fields splattered in blood and ash, the sullied skies shattered by metal birds that plummeted, feathered in fire. We pretended not to see when the rivers ran with blackened greed. We wished we could run like the rivers, but we were too fat with fear. This was the dream we were sold, and when we saw its bloat in the light of day, we closed our eyes tighter. But now dark falls, and we take pills to let us sleep, riding the nightmares and welcoming our old friends, once foes. The monsters are all we have left to guide us. They tell us it will be okay as they slice away our bits, our paper-thin skin peeling away to reveal our red fright. White skin dropping to the floor while our lips turn blue. They nod approval when we bleed our patriotism. They rattle our chains and give us the freedom to suffer. Our tongues silenced, our wombs made into potholders, and duty binding our eyes too tight for tears. Then an old woman speaks. She has been here before. She whispers the words of power that don't require a tongue. She reminds us the power is within. She invokes us. Power in chaos, control cannibalizes. Do not look away. That is that. I forgot that was a little bit of a political one. I probably wouldn't have read it. I was just like, oh yeah, pick this one. But yeah, not that you can't read political poems. I'm just going to try to keep the mood lighthearted, personally, because I can go so not lighthearted. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Amy. You want to like MC the second round?
Sure will. Angela, that was awesome. So I thank you. And I think, it's been awesome. It's been awesome all through. So anyway, I'm Amy Zollers McAnally, and I'm going to look at Kristen and say, Kristen, do you have another one to read? Can anyone hear Kristen? Or is it just me?
Sorry, I muted myself on my keyboard, so I forgot to unmute. I have another one ready, but I don't know if I should read it or not because it's like, well, okay. Can we do profanities here?
Yes.
Yeah, we're all adults.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
If you don't like profanity, mute now because it's coming.
It's not like major bombs or anything, but anyway.
Yeah, we're all adults here.
It's kind of more so on the line of lyrics than poetry, but I guess that counts also. So I don't know what I'm gonna do with this as a song later or not, but I'm just gonna start now. What will you do when the shit hits the fan? What will you say when there's blood on your hands? There will be no more time for demands. The hourglass is smashed and there is no more sand. What will we do with the death of man when it's all in the can? No one left, nothing to say, nowhere to go, no place to stay. There is no second choice. You must use your given voice. That's all I have.
I love that. I think that is excellent.
Thank you.
Angela and I have been very big on lyrics as poetry too. We have done things about that before. And so I'm glad you shared your lyrics. Have you shared any of your songs on Instagram or anything?
I've started a music channel on my main page, actually, well, not a music channel, but like a group chat type thing, like a broadcast channel. They have those things. So I've begun sharing little clips of things that I've recorded, and I might start sharing lyrics there too. I have a few songs, kind of planned out, but I got to find the other ones because I think some of them are just hidden in my library somewhere. I mean, in my archive type thing. So
that is awesome. I love hearing that you're doing songwriting. I'm gonna have to check out your broadcast.
Okay, cool.
All right, cool. Okay, was Pixie next? Is that right?
Yes, it's me. I'm going to read the meanest poem I've ever written, and it's called Poets and the Easy Bake Oven. You can't suicide with an easy bake oven. An air fryer is a means of achieving possible fame, and tragic, poignant asphyxiation is impossible. We no longer beatify contemporary poets for suicides or validate your parking. We do not ask these poets which tools. We ask why they built and say, it gets better across the board. You aren't supposed to think of posthumous studies of your poetry. You are only supposed to feel, fall over, and to feel again, rising up like an idiotic simile-field angelou in a box. With a million rows of pharmaceutical, named by Scrabble tiles, pulled ham-fisted, random vowels replacing consonants for complication, the panacea for daily existential dread. Bitter tablets make reality more flatteringly lit and help make words prettier, less sharp. If one pill doesn't fix you, another surely will. Tablet and capsule roulette, time release, Depo injections. Every follow-up appointment, a new pill is put into the cylinder until one clicks. Red, blue, green, white capsule and peach scored tablet goodnights your way to stability with a
glass of box wine. Fee, fi, fo, dum, now I'm blotto, now I'm numb. We don't laud the tray of bread and milk left at the bedside for sleeping sweet spawn. You didn't love them enough for $12 artisanal avocado toast. You didn't romanticize it enough. You didn't DoorDash them their favorite chicken nuggets. What sort of monster was this woman? Log in every day without fail and dump your trauma like a dog with IBS and an irresponsible owner. You don't have to pick the crap up. You parcel it out into petty fours, speckled in buttercream metaphors, and raspberry ink similes, a Napoleon of hyperbole flavors. There shall be fondant flower beds to consume, lovely chapbooks of the standard issue AFAB you have perfected, and you will be loved by young woman readers who attach to your diagnosis like remoras for their entire id entity. A poet with a strong sense of self must bide their time, be prolific, hustle with their images like a streetwalker in sequins and sensible shoes to run, sell off all their parts, develop their unusual niche specialties, take the beatings from critics and editors like bad tricks, and move on to the next block. Sweetie, you can't kill yourself with an easy bake oven, but I'm really, really dying to watch you try. Thank you. It's about Insta poetry.
Very cool. I thank you for sharing that, Pixie. That was devastating. I loved it.
Thank
Okay.
you. That was just sitting around.
Yeah, right. Sarah, are you next, I believe? Can't hear. Can anybody hear Sarah? Who is next?
I can't. I'm sorry. I had to unmute myself.
Okay, I'll mute me now. And Sarah.
Okay. This is just a really silly poem that I wrote. I don't know. It's just really silly. So this is called Socks Mysteries. A sock going missing is an ongoing crime. One sock disappears and his buddy's left behind. Their voyage through laundry is one fraught with danger. I'm sorry, okay. Their voyage through laundry is one fraught with danger. A sock that goes missing is a foregone wager. The sock napping of one seems the only key, the one that's most constant in these socks mysteries. I pieced them together from the sock's point of view. This is what I found. I relay it to you. This venture was daunting. There were many roadblocks. Perhaps the biggest one was the silence of socks. I found they were nervous. I found they were fearful, like someone was watching, which made them quite careful. The missing socks theory is the matchless well-known, the main culprit being the outrageous sock gnome. He runs off with just one and conceals in his lair, then sells to black market to the buyer beware. Sock heaven's a gamble of spiritual faith in hopes of ascending to eternal sock grace. Wearying of being the unsung hero of clothes, tired of his stinky and remaining unknown, one sock going forward leaves the other behind, boldly taking the leap for the rest of sock kind. The risk is a big one. If the leap he can't make, sock purgatory is his abandoned sock fate. That leads us to the next one that's never been solved, Bermuda Triangle, one of little resolve. An unhappy pairing is a sordid affair, intense with emotions you must question with care. A pair who's a couple or a pair of best friends, they can't get along at the beginning or end. That a cling enters with an unpairing contract, the socks then separate, one remains still intact. Human error thought not relevant to us. Why go through this torture? Why create such a fuss? Sock monster is scary, leaves in washing machines, eats socks one by one with no preference, he's mean. Let's move this along. Let's address final steps to the scene of the crime and the sock that was left. Please treat him with kid gloves. He'll be very shook up. Begin very slowly. This approach is a must. Forgo dry clean only. No need for questioning. They have their own problems on the day they are cleaned. Shirts, pants, etc. I found very snobby. They think they're above socks in the clothes hierarchy. Begin with the flyer. The best places will be bedrooms, bathroom hampers, and the room of laundry. A flyer example. One lost sock, right-footed, about 7 years old. He's fuzzy and navy, warms my feet when they're cold. Reunite, my dear pair. They're perfectly worn in. He's much more than a sock. He's considered a friend. Well, I hope that this helps in the quest for your sock. Yet sadly, I must say, he'll just live in your thoughts. That's it.
I like that. That was fun, but also it in some ways hit me where I lived in my past. I like it. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Stephen, do you have one to read? Can't hear you, Stephen. Are you muted?
have,
Oh,
yeah.
cool. Okay. Go ahead.
I have just one. So it's a character from one of my Gothic horror games, and I wrote a poem for each character. So this is Dr. Rambless. Dr. Rambless, the dear doctor is needed. Please send for his carriage. Can he tell us, daughter or son, if they are fit for marriage? Freshly concocted medications corked in green glass, handsomely delivered upon the select upper class. Impotency, infertility, depression, and things many more are suddenly cured when he murmurs, "Mi amor." Ending each visit, he gives a lascivious wink, leaving wanton desires for his patients to think.
Thank you, Stephen.
Sinister.
Yeah,
Yes.
I love that you've done poems for all your characters.
Yeah.
Did you see all of your characters?
Yes.
That's
He's one of the characters in my game.
Whoops, sorry. And it ran into my husband's guitar. Forgive me.
Um,
That was great. Thank you for sharing that. Well, I have one to read that I wrote this morning because I wanted to make a poem on World Poetry Day, and I wrote it right after I got back from the grocery store. All the bananas in the world are green today, all week, a persistent scene. A leaf in a cobweb struggles to fly to the wind song. Electric angels in the dishwasher sing. Do you hear them, choral and murmuring? The ghost on the stairs hits the side of my eye and is gone. No jelly donuts in the gas station case. Cosmonaut corpses hurtle in space. Head case, housewife for a day serene, and all the bananas in the world are green. Green pearls drool over scape of my breast, on my lover's granddad cardigan rest. In greenest of times I groan on the page in shades of sage. Thank you. That's the one from today. All right, Angela. What do you
I
think?
love it.
What's next?
I feel like we've got, we got Nikki joining us. Yay! Well, as the person who just joined, Nikki, do you want to read next? I mean, not to put you on the spot, I can read and let you get prepared and then also join.
This is weird because I'm listening still on YouTube and Steven is reading.
Oh, yeah, there's a delay. So I always have to
That is
mute
a
my
mighty
YouTube.
delay.
It's pretty mind-boggling. I always mute YouTube to come over to a live.
Okay. This was really disorienting. I'm sorry. I'm like,
No. The first show I ever did was by myself, and it was because I was so awkward and nervous. I decided to do 52 shows in a year, talk shows, to kind of like break that. And then I wound up not knowing that. And so, of course, I had the live going on one side, and then I'm over here. And so there's a video clip on YouTube somewhere of me going, "Hey, everybody, I'm going to try this thing, blah, blah, blah." And that moment of me going, oh my God, I hear voices. Where's that coming from? I don't know. And so I'm madly clicking on all my tabs, of which there are usually 50, trying to figure out where is the voice coming from. So yeah, I get it. It throws me every time. So I do have the chat up so I can answer the chat, but I've got YouTube muted so I don't go crazy because I've got the dogs. I'm already going to be kind of
You're
crazy.
like, you look amazing today. I sent you a message. I was like, you are radiating off of
Oh,
this
thank
screen.
you.
So just,
Thank you. I gotta say, I'm super excited about this. It's been a weird week. One of those weird weeks where like all your plans go sideways. We had dog medical issues and all sorts of stuff, but I love that that is okay because we're all creative, chaotic people, and that's where really cool stuff happens. And so we've had all kinds of tech glitches and everything else today, but here we are refusing to cave in to the voices
that's
that
just
tell us
life,
that things
right?
are good or not. Yeah, and we're just gonna do it anyways. You know, the imposter syndrome we're gonna burn later? Well, I forgot to make him. So he's here. I'm gonna be doing some arts and crafts subtly under the table as soon as I figure out where on my chaotic desk my scissors lie. So we will have a burning of the imposter later. I just have to make him real quick.
I don't
But yeah,
want to bump anybody. I know I'm coming in late. I was like scrambling to figure out if I had something that I could read that's a poem
Oh, you
and
don't have
like
to
a
just
short
read
story.
poetry either. Yeah, we're doing poetry and prose. I keep saying poetry because we tend to be poets,
Let's see.
but this is poetry or
I
prose.
was
This
like
is
looking
read.
through my stuff to try to like be honoring of Poetry Day as being a different thing, you know.
Yeah. Well, all right. Well, I guess it is poetry. I guess it is National Poetry. No, World Poetry Day, right, Amy? Yeah. So yeah, I guess we should be doing poetry. But if you don't have poetry, I think it's
do. I
love to hear
clawed
you
something
reading.
up from the depths. And I was listening to you guys while I was like
Yeah.
looking through and then trying to figure out if I wanted to read it or not because it's loaded.
I think that's what we're about. We do not do unloaded potatoes in this group.
But
Like all
also,
potatoes are loaded.
I am probably going to sing it because it's lyrics and I can't sing.
Sing it.
So
Yeah.
like it's gonna like even if I try not to sing it in my head, it's an Irish ditty. And so I'll start doing it. And I'm like, these poor people. I don't know if I can do that to them.
I would say do it. Are we all in agreement? Just do it. Like we want to be subjected.
Well, that's what I kind of figured because I was like, poets are super accepting. You know, even if you hurt their ears, they'll be like, we can still see the heart of the poem, Nikki.
Yeah.
But I don't want to bump somebody either. So like
Oh
whoever.
no, you're not. You're actually at the end. I was getting ready to read at the tail end, and then we start another round. So you're perfect. If you want to go now, then I'll read after you. Or if you need a minute to kind of like gather it, then we can swap. But you're
I
like
would love it if you
perfect
could go
timing.
so I can kind of
Yeah.
from all the
Yeah,
chaos
absolutely.
popping in and my head's going and, yeah. I thought I'd sit
Then you
here
find
and
out it
be
didn't have to
quiet
just
for a
be
little while.
poetry. Yeah, well, that's why I was like, you can read now, but I want to put you on the spot. Like, hi, everybody, you're reading. You're on. Go.
All right. So I'll let you.
All right, I'll read, and then you're reading next, and then we just do another round. I do have something not so dark. I went for happier, which ironically that you've brought it up about the song is because I hope that I also don't wind up having the song. This is that poem that I put through Suno and made the song out of that got stuck in my head, and I couldn't forget it. So now when I read the poem, it tends to turn into a Suno tune. So, but I think most of you have heard this. Cosmology, mixology, or how not hooking up made me hot. I do have fun ones. I sit deep, and the licorice galaxy stains my tongue blue. Stardust gives me hiccups, and tipsy-topsy I topple into your arms. Our eyes meet. I hold my breath, a limitless vacuum, and feel your pulsar beating. In my peripherals, the zodiac wheels over us, eternal clock winding down to this preordained instant. Scorpius in my blood, Virgo in my head, and I am boneless, primordial, helpless, ooze in your arms. I am at your event horizon. And then You set me back into my body, your smile, a glacial kindness. My heart becomes a red giant in the last stages of stellar evolution, gasping, unable to escape my own gravitational pull. This becomes a dark matter, my universe fragmenting, expanding, outer zone, collapsing beneath the weight of my loneliness. I reach for another drink, but the stardust has gone flat, and now my blue tongue isn't cute. My world spins, unraveling in need and want, and then you kiss me and say, you wish we could make love, but you've gotten too drunk. And that's that.
That ending is just marvelous.
Yeah, I didn't see it either, which I
Like,
could hear.
that's
There
how it
is
goes.
haven't we all
All
been there?
romance, and then it's like reality.
Yeah, I feel like I've been there, and so not now, of course, because happily married and everything, but in those days when I was always trying to pick up love, I felt like that was always it. I always, if it didn't hook up, it's my fault. Like something happened, I was unworthy. A lot of times we were just too drunk. So,
I know, it's so beautiful though. Like just the event horizon line, I always really love. So
well, your turn. You're on the spot.
oh, good Lord, what am I doing? So, okay. There's a bit of a story that goes with this. It was kind of, I mean, I've written poetry here and there, but when I do, it just sort of comes to me in the moment and it flows out. It's like, here are these words into you onto the page. Like, I haven't ever been one to like sit down and be like, I have to write this poem for this thing. It's just, it comes out. It's a stream of consciousness. It's usually pretty whole and I don't have to even do anything with it. So I don't do it often. That's not to say that I'm good at tapping into that flow. But I'm more like a storyteller, like long form. So this was like, I was in the height of my illness with this. And so prefacing it with that, and this was years ago, right? So I don't know. I want to say this was 15 years ago that I wrote this thing. And it's when I first read it to see if I was going to read it for you guys, I bawled. I was like, I don't know if I can keep it together reading this thing because it was so damn personal. And then I got to the end and I was like, it's kind of depressing. And then I got to the end the second time through and I looked at it through different eyes. And I actually really, really love it for that, which is what ultimately made me come on here today. Because I think there's, not only for me, deeply personally empowering by the end of this poem, by just flipping how I look at the ending line. And that's it. And how far I've come with my view on this ending line. And we can talk about it afterwards, but I think you'll probably get it. So if I sing, I apologize. So I just actually gave it a title today. Didn't even have one. It's called The Phoenix Poet. No words of comfort have found me today. No words of comfort have found a way to these lonely old ears or these tired old eyes. No words of comfort have I. Darkness has fallen upon my chest. Darkness has fallen, there'll be no rest. My mind, it is trickling and flowing away. No words of comfort can stay. Come gather around me, come tell me a tale of a time you met thunder and lightning and hail. You come out of it true. You come out of it whole. These words might just reach a soul. Don't ask me to smile. Don't ask me to dance. Don't ask me to stay. I can't take the chance. But things will get better the way that they say. Your words, they just fall away. Don't mourn for me when fate calls me near. Don't cry for me when you know you weren't here. In this life when I needed you, night after night. And now I'll head for that light. Yeah, now I head for that light. I couldn't even read it without crying again. Oh man.
Oh, I think that was beautiful. Thank you. That was awesome.
I agree.
Well,
That was beautiful. Beautiful.
So yeah, it's the ending line was like me thinking about suicide, right? Heading towards the light. And now I look at it like the light I headed towards wasn't suicide. It was myself. So this was 15 years ago. And the many Phoenix things I've had to go through. When you go through an illness, you realize how many people just aren't there for you. Parts of you just die. Like it's so harsh. And I think I called the poem No Words for the longest time. But now I'm calling it the Phoenix poem. You know, because it's like, I'm not, you're not there for me. Don't mourn for me. The door is slammed, right? And I'm moving towards the light now, towards the good in my life. So, but it's obviously needed to be read. So thank you. It's probably the most personal fucking thing I've ever written. I've shown it to one other person. So now you.
I'm going to say thank you, like from all of it. Like everybody is a little bit stunned, and that was you are too a singer, so shut up.
I'll
And
have
you
to
are
watch
too a
it again.
poet. Yeah, that was beautiful.
But yeah, I figured this is part of finding
magic.
my voice too, so.
Yeah. Yeah, and somebody's going to hear that, and that's for them as well. That's how poetry works, is what we're going through. We're taking that and sharing it with somebody else, and they need it. So.
Yeah, because it can get dark, but it doesn't mean that the light, like the light at the end of the tunnel, may be you, right? That's a saying. It may be you.
Yeah.
And it probably is. And if you can find that light within yourself, nothing can ever touch you. It's like titanium. Oh, it's gorgeous, right?
Yeah.
The me now versus the me that wrote that poem, I just want to like hold my wings around her, and
look what happened for hanging on and going for that light.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And it's a bit of defiance too, because I'm like, not letting these bastards kill me.
Also, thanks for not making me read after that.
Well, it. I don't know. It's funny too because that ending line I had trouble with. It was the only part of the poem that I struggled with. I was like, I don't know, because I am inclined usually to write funny stuff. Just for those that don't know me, I usually write very funny, uplifting things. So that's why I was like, I don't know if I want to read this. And it's like a piece of my soul. And I'm like, it's poetry day and you need to get your voice out there. And if you accidentally start singing, well, that's part of open up your throat chakra, Miss Nikki. That's kind of what I looked at it like. So Sometimes you got to do the things that scare you, even if your voice shakes, you know?
I loved it. I love that you shared that and that you were singing it too. It was human connection, you know. It was like a human song. And then the fact that we can share that stuff here and on World Poetry Day, it's just it's brilliant, you know. It's just makes me hum.
Well, thank you. I might like put it on my Substack with my story too, because I feel like there's a lot of people going through health shit, you know, and I didn't give up. I didn't listen to the doctors. I didn't listen to anybody. I was like how? I'm going to find a way. And I did. I'm healthy as fuck. Everything's fine.
That was,
you know. Go ahead, Pixie.
that was simply exquisite. Having been through cancer recently and still counting, am I ever going to be cured? Am I just still in remission? That is a human experience that so many of us has. And when you find out you're isolated, you captured all of that so beautifully. And it is a song, a survivor's song. And I think that is a song that needs to be sung. So thank you so much from, I think, every one of us who are survivors.
Well, thank you. I'm glad if we can help people and just uplift near the end there. Like I said, it depends. Like it depends how you look at that ending line. Either you're going through the light with suicide, or you're going through the light, letting the old part of you die. You know, and rising up.
Survivors are forged in fire.
Exactly. Now, you know, people are like, I wouldn't change anything of what I've been through. Well, could we do the Cliff Notes version? You know, sometimes I'm like, I can make lemonade out of these lemons. You know, I'm very good at that. But
I think when you're in it, that's when you're like, would you change anything? Yes, I would. I would get out of what I'm going through right now. But it's after the fact where you're looking back and you're like, yeah, that made me who I am. I'm really glad it happened. But when we're in the moment, no, nobody is like, yes, give me this pain. I feel it shaping me into the person I want to be one day. Oh, hell no. Just let me out.
Well, and what's more too, like I said, I don't really do poetry all that often. Every once in a while, it'll just blast through my brain and make me put it on a page. And it's almost like this one was like from my higher self or an angel or so, you know what I mean? Like it's just the timing of it. Like it gave me something to focus on, as did my book, because I wrote my book through a large chunk of this too. Because I was like, I'm going through stuff. I couldn't really leave my home, you know, and so I was like, well, what's the lemonade we can make here? What's the silver lining? Because it's so important to keep people going. It just is, you know. And so I was like, well, I've always wanted to write a book. I have the time now to learn. So here I go, you know.
Yeah, and that's kind of like no matter how powerless we think we are, we always have something. You know, we always have something we can do to pull ourselves out.
They only win if you let them, you know.
Yeah.
You're under no obligation to be who you were 5 minutes ago either. Like you can change your entire identity and decide to live a different life, you know. If the old one's too full of garbage, let it go.
Yeah. Well, technically, I think I just read this. Our cells change, like every cell in our body winds up dying and being replaced. Amy knows this statistic, I know. And so, like, is it?
But I have a poem about this. I'll read it next when we're on our thing.
Oh my goodness, that's awesome. See, synchronicity, everything is for a place. Yeah, so I'm not even going to explain anymore. I'll let you explain it. I think we're actually on the next round, are we? I've lost track of where we were. I am stunned by all the poetry we've read. I'm stunned and moved by your poem, Nikki. I'm grateful that I didn't read after that. That's all I have to say about that.
Well, what's happening now, Angela? Do you want me to keep on keep on emceeing, or what's happening?
Yeah, well, this is like super loose. As long as you want to MC away, and then if somebody has to leave. We're here for a couple hours. But we don't have to talk about Poe. We can start talking about stuff. I'm like for anything. We don't know what's going to happen except for magic will happen and is happening.
I do have another poem that I could read that's also musical. It's way lighthearted.
Yeah, pull it, and then
If
when
got
we do like,
time,
because we're just
why not?
we're just doing rounds, and so pull all that out. And if you run out of poetry, read some from your book. Like this is just reading time.
Okay, see, I didn't know that. I feel like I could have grabbed so many other things.
Yeah, well, you got time. We've got time because we're here for a while. So.
Sorry, Amy, and thank you for holding space for me, everybody. Just wanted to say that again.
Yeah, no, this is your space. This is why the world will not create space for us. We have to create our own space, and so that's what we're doing.
Yes, we are. Okay, so can I go ahead and read my one? Anybody care? The one we were just talking about, how our cells like renew, blah blah blah. Okay.
If you didn't read it, I would be mad right now.
Right. Oh, not mad, Angela. Oh no. Okay. All right. And I apologize that sometimes I write too much about the hot man in my life. I apologize. Okay. It was a long time coming. All right. Haircuts. It's called Haircuts. Am I the same at all as in childhood? Are you? Only within our souls and egos? Is it full body cell renewal every 7 years? My bones are grown and rebuilt, remodeled, not one cell present that attended my mother's burial. On the cusp of high school, I cut off my long hair. At 13, it felt like womanhood, shearing self that had breathed the fractions and Christmas confetti and janitorial sawdust of 5th grade. At 22, fresh back from Hungary, I cut off my long hair, 14 inches waving, some of which had breathed pink drugstore perfume of high school and tradition's spittle through a horn and marching band, the dawn on Lake Balaton. Yours is the hair I swim. Your hair back then was exhausting, auburn and curling at the neck, taxing my high voltage elation of youth, pummeling my poetry brain. By my calculations, we were both too easily exhilarated and enraged in those days, prior to our 4.7 entire cellular rebuildings. Perhaps better those cells have died and melted. Your arms that clasp me now are new, refreshed and golden. Your heart, battered by cigarettes and old love, still shelters the boy, aged 8, who demanded the truth about Santa Claus in agony that his children of Christmas yet to come would wake to find no presents under the tree. Okay, who's next?
I love your cadence, Amy.
Oh,
Yeah.
Thank you. It's probably from Pixie said she borrowed a line from Anne Sexton, and I think some of it may have come of listening to Anne Sexton read her own poetry years and years ago. I'm like, whoa, the command, right?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Absorbing. Well, it works well with you.
So well, thank you.
The reason you absorbed it.
All right. Kristen, do you have...
Oh, sorry. What? Now we can't move on just like that. We have to talk about this for a minute.
Okay, what are we talking about? Where you go, Angela? Go.
Yeah, well, then I'm just saying, I thought this moment of synchronicity that we did not plan that, where I started bringing up that thing that I read about the bodies, No. But yeah, I just wanted to say that's pretty magical. So not to interrupt, but
that's okay. That's one that'll be in 27 Kinds of Loneliness. And I had it written down as one I was going to read, and then I thought, no, because I also read You, the Greaser in the Back. I'm like, I don't want to read two about him. but I was going to read that one, and then you said that thing about the cellular rebuilding or renewal or whatever, and I'm like, oh, I have to. So it worked out. It just worked out.
That was perfect. That was perfect. And now I will retire so that we can read on.
All right, Kristen, have you anything to read on? I can't hear you, girl.
Okay, I keep forgetting to unmute myself. I'm sorry. That's like a thing with my keyboard. Like I keep forgetting that I have a mute button on my keyboard, so I don't have to manually click it. I can just, do it on the keyboard. Anyway, I was gonna say I think Nikki should read her lighthearted one next, because I don't know if I should read this one next or not. I mean, it's a very short one, but it's from our little poetry book that we're writing. I found the stuff. I found it all.
Hey, did we have a title for it?
Yeah.
What was it again?
Should I say it? Should I say it on the stream?
If you want.
Can we reveal it?
Yes.
Okay, it's called Jitters.
Jitters. That's right. We've
Yeah.
been working on this thing. It's been a couple of years.
Yeah, it's been since I think, well, I don't know when exactly. I think it was probably sometime in 2023.
Yeah, I think that's right. Probably that summer, early fall,
Mm-hmm.
like that. Yeah. Oh, cool. Well, read one from Jitters.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna say
say it again.
I can't find my other poem just yet.
Oh, okay.
Is it jitters or
me-
chitters? Say how is it
Jitters.
spelled?
Jitters. Yeah.
Cool.
Let me see where I had it. Okay. It's a very, very short one, but I could read something else too. It's kind of cooler, I think. But maybe I'll read them both if that's okay. Okay. I think this is definitely one that I wrote, because the first line, I don't know, it just came to me, and so I just wrote it down. But that's kind of how it works for both of us, I guess. But anyway, okay. Significant things always happen at 9:23. Ticking in Fiat Lux by Neubauten. Something is shifting. In a way, better and better. Immer besser comes naturally in and out like a wave. The ticking is present multiple times. That's how you know the clocks in Neubauten's songs are almost always right. If not proper, then they at least realize and try again. Do not time your dreams with this being, the one who screeches like a bird, a specialty in his own right, let alone my realms. One of my favorite dream visitors, all of this realized before her and Lego. Let your dreams intertwine sometimes. This is the best gift of all.
I love it. Oh, wow.
That one, I actually had a date on it that I had written it.
Yeah. Oh, what was it?
It was from the 25th of June, 2023. So that's how I know a lot of this stuff is from 2023 and earlier, probably.
Yeah. Yes, I think so. That was great. I loved it. And I know that their clocks have to be on time because German precision, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
Well, they were Nazis, but they made the clocks run on, or the trains.
The trains ran on time.
People said that. Like,
Well,
it's a thing. It's crazy.
you got me right back in there, Kristen. I'm going to be revisiting Jitters and revisiting Neubauten and seeing.
Oh yeah, me too.
Yeah, good, inspiring.
There was another little one if Nikki isn't quite ready yet, or if Pixie isn't ready yet.
Go right ahead though, because if it flows from this
I'm
one,
ready, but go ahead.
Okay, it's very tiny, so it's very quick. Okay. Hummingbirds in unison sing all their songs. We hear them dancing and try to chirp along. That's all.
Okay.
Aw.
Love it.
Because
Yeah,
the hummingbird in the song, what's the song?
Yeah, what is
Grim
that?
Lovers.
Yep. You know. Okay.
If you know, you know.
Yeah. It's not how many words, it's just having the right words. And those are the right
Uh-huh.
words.
Thank
Yes. Okay, who would like to go next? Pixie or Nikki?
Well, Pixie, I feel like I'm interrupting the order. So, Pixie, if you have another poem you want to read, that's fine.
Yeah, I have a actual sort of hopeful poem about releasing things and moving forward. It doesn't have a title, so time of year. It is that time of year when the was is a ghost over your shoulder, caught in the peripheral vision, a wisp of the other causality trees. The paths not taken and the paths that were taken, and seeing the many locked gates behind you where you once stood. There is only forward. There is no return.
No allowance is made for regret. Leave the shades and shadows behind you, else they shall turn you to stone. Like a poltergeist, remembrance of monsters disrupts and harms. It must be exorcised via the Hierophant or plucked from the damn body with urgent, bloody, surgical precision, like an unwanted malignancy, before it spreads to every goddamn fucking itty bitty thing. There will be scars. There will be traces of the hauntings that resurface from time to time in moments of weakness and fear. There is only forward. You have paid the fare, the fines, and boarded the boat. No return trip is permitted for retrieving that which nearly unmade you. You must leave it upon the shores of your life and set it ablaze, a bonfire of the past, and watch the smoke rise from the countless sands to the endless sky, with its stars and dreams and galaxies and nebulae, which are yours now and forever and ever, world and world and worlds without ends. Amen. Thank you.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Yes, thank you, Pixie, for sharing that. That was excellent.
Thank you. Another one just lying around.
Casual.
Yeah, but that ending though, it sticks with you, like the emphasis on worlds.
Mhm.
You know,
Variation of the Anglican Lord's Prayer, which is now and forever, worlds without end. Amen.
mhm. It's powerful. Like it's like, you know,
Weird for
not just a punctuation. It's like a hammer.
I love that phrase, and as a Jew, it worked in that poem to talk about endurance and everything.
You're very phoenixy too.
3 fire signs, yeah.
Yeah, you're fiery. Absolutely. So.
All right.
I wonder if there's a oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, I wonder if there's a correlation between poetry and survival, because I seem to like
yes.
a lot of us, I think it's almost like we turn to it to survive, or it's what keeps us going.
Absolutely.
Yeah, at least in astrology,
yes,
the field that poetry occupies, 12th house, Pisces, all the water signs really have it in them to a degree. But it's about, literally, it's a 12th sign. It's the last one. It's like you graduate from Pisces energy and you get to, I don't know, leave Earth or whatever comes after. It's like graduation day. But the hard thing is that Pisces is all 12 signs squished into one. And so you have a lot to process, a lot to release. It's like the ocean. It's like it's got to just sweep everything clean so that your soul can rise up and is presumably out of here. I don't know. I have no idea, full disclosure, what the heck happens any more than anyone else does, but this is what astrology says on it. So it really technically, and then Pisces deals with poetry very heavily. And also alcohol and like escapism in general. So I have a newfound respect in a weird way for alcoholics because I'm like, you're dealing with all of the energies all the time. Like it's that empathy overload, you know? And so it's like, well, okay, in the lower vibration, you grabbed a bottle to deal with it, you know? Now, of course, try to raise up your vibration, because the higher vibration of this is like spiritual, godlike love and understanding that we're all one, and you're writing poetry and, you know, uplifting everything. So it's just, you know, it's an aside. And maybe a segue into my poem / song. It's actually a very good one. If that's okay, Angela, I don't want to bump you. And hi, Mark.
Oh, you know, I'm totally happy. As long as somebody's reading poetry, I'm cool. Whatever has to happen. And hey, Mark.
This one you missed, Angela. I actually read it at an open mic around Christmas time, and you'll see why in a second. But it's uplifting and funny, and I actually read it for. I went to an astrology convention, and they did like a little poetry side. I don't know what's the word for
I'm gonna
it.
say a sidebar, Your Honor.
Yeah, it was like not really planned. So like a contest, that's the word I'm looking for. But it was just sort of a fun thing, and I think I got like so I ended up winning. And I'm like, technically I have an award for my poetry from this.
Yeah, that's
You
awesome.
know. I think I got like a $50 gift card or something, you know. But yeah, it was great. And so that's the context for this. I need to kind of set it. In an astrology convention, I wrote it. I was down in Georgia, wrote it the night before, and I was just tapped in, and I was like, yeah, let's go with this just for fun. And I think I understand why I ended up winning because it was fun, right? Because so many people went into like what the planets mean to them, and like it's all great and beautiful stuff. And then I'm gonna come in and do this, and I apologize for my singing again, but you all seem to not mind before, so because I can't not sing it, and you'll understand why. All right, the name of it is Pluto Remedies a Situation. You know Mercury and Mars and Earth and Venus, Jupiter and Saturn and Neptune, Uranus. But do you recall the very last planet to fall? Pluto, the first dwarf planet, used to be the hollow ninth one, excepting in astrology, where we count the moon and sun. All of the things Pluto rules, power, death, and the extremes, astrologers still know are with us as Pluto slips behind the scenes. On that dusty August eve, Neil deGrasse Tyson came to say, Pluto, with your mass so small, you are not a planet at all. Then how the people mourned him, fittingly a Plutonic theme. Pluto, the first dwarf planet, now you're free to plot and scheme, just like you always planned it, hidden from humanity.
Yay!
That's awesome. Awesome.
And they all sang it with me because, like, we had I made copies. This was like right after Pluto got demoted. So
I was crushing when Pluto got demoted. It was my favorite planet.
I know, and Pluto is the Lord of the Underworld. I'm like, if you all want to go demote him, that's on you. He's not demoted to me.
That's right.
Be over here.
You do not dis.
No. Yeah, exactly. Pluto is the Phoenix planet. In fact, that's the name of this poem. So this poem is the Phoenix planet. The other poem I maybe subtitled, or I'm not sure. The Phoenix poem. So that's funny.
Yeah,
that
dis
works.
is another name for hell, by the way. You cannot dis.
Can't dis. I didn't realize dis was another word for hell. That's
Yes,
delightful.
dis. It's one of the Latin names for it.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense for a lot of words. Yeah, so thank you. As you can see, like it's just fun and lighthearted. So people were like, "That's hilarious. Here you go."
Yeah, I would say fun, lighthearted, and brilliant. I love that. That was awesome.
I like how it came out. Yeah, I was like, yeah, not half bad.
Okay, who'd like to read next? Let's see it. Is it Mark? I haven't met Mark yet.
Mark.
Do you have something to read for us? I can't hear you, Mark. Are you muted at this time? I think you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, if you could give me a few minutes, I'm not prepared. I just got the message on my phone that this was going on, and I really need it at the moment. So,
Okay.
yeah. Let me find something for you.
Okay. Let us know when you're ready.
I will.
All right. So, Angela, you want to banter?
Yes, I can banter away. I'm gonna say whoever was doing advertisement on this and marketing sucked. Like they were awful. It's like they just didn't even mention it till the night before, you know. Or could it have been intentional? Could have been intentional, maybe to surprise everybody. We could just go with that, keeping
It all
us
works out as it
flexible.
should.
Yeah, in the moment. That's what happened.
It's a World Poetry Day surprise party.
I know. It is cool how it kind of worked out because it was like, you know, you're talking about World Poetry Day. What are we going to do?
Mhm.
We should do something. I should look at my calendar and see what I have going on. Oh, this thing I'm supposed to be planning. But I love this as the writer's block party. I think this is perfect. I think we should go with this every time, like just an unstructured, we all get together, read whatever, you know, talk. It was cool listening to Dale, you know, learned a lot of cool stuff and see what happens.
I do have 2 drabbles that I could read that go together.
Yeah.
If we have time for that, that could be fun too. Fun and dark.
We have lots of time because we're doing this until 7 my time, which I think is 6 Eastern. If that tells anybody anything, it's a couple hours we're doing this. As you know, as long as Amy wants to, like, I'm just gonna say nobody is held here against their will, so feel free to come and go as I like.
Yeah, I'll have to
I can read Phoenix Goes to a Meeting.
Your Phoenix character is just everything. I absolutely love every poem that you come out with her.
It
Oh my
gets
God.
worse with Phoenix and Dragon. Far,
Oh,
far
yeah.
worse.
It's so irreverent in how everybody who has been through a phoenixing or multiple phoenixings feels about everything. Like she just sums it up. It's like just curmudgeon Phoenix is done. You know.
Oh, Phoenix and Dragon is a totally different Phoenix.
I think we've got a theme going on here because that was my card today. The Lovers, which in my deck is the Phoenix and the Dragon. So just saying, we got some themes.
Interesting.
I feel like that was you volunteering, Pixie.
Okay, well, do you want to hear Phoenix and Dragon then?
Yes.
Okay, this is the first time I've ever read this, so I don't know how it's gonna go, but I send the Phoenix to an AA meeting because she's powerless over accelerants, and everyone wanted to know why she kept having independent wealth from stealing money from her dragon roommate. So we now have Phoenix and Dragon. Phoenix and Dragon. The Phoenix once lived with a dragon above a Chinese restaurant in the Bowery. It wasn't a great apartment, only 1 bedroom, but listed as 2. The second bedroom was more of a walk-in closet. But it was Manhattan, and the price was right, as the only windows had a brick wall view of the Golden Empress sign. The scent of chili oil and grease from their signature dish below permeated the apartment, and everything smelled sweet and tangy. The sound of traffic, tourists, sirens, the neon lights of businesses demanded blackout curtains and earplugs, but they were at the heart of it all in a city that never sleeps and makes normal people insomniacs. Dragon was a bit of a hoarder, crates of treasure and gold stacked like firewood from foyer to ceiling. Phoenix had the bedroom, dominated by her nest and a set of enameled nesting tables culled from a curbside after a nearby eviction. Dragon had a futon in the living dining room, 2 mythical beings and 750 square feet. Phoenix was a bit of an arsonist. So was Dragon. Dragon was not a Chinese immigrant either, so instead of lounging all day in the bathtub like a proper water dragon, he chain smoked and in violation of the lease, smoked indoors. The Changs were compassionate landlords and turned a blind eye. After all, the rent was always paid in gold. Both Mr. and Mrs. were actually visually impaired in one eye. Phoenix and Dragon met in Studio 54 in 1977. Her feathers, while little Phyllis Stiller, were unbearably chic. Dragon's scales refracted the lights like a disco mirror ball. They were darlings on the dance floor doing the bump, and every bump offered to them from glass tables from compacts. Phoenix drank Mai Tais and Singapore slings. Dragon drank scotch in 7 and 7s. They became besties over breakfast at Katz's Deli. Dragon gave her a golden Coke spoon for her uncountable birthday that year. They were twinsies in feather and scale, irresponsibly spending gold pendants on heavy chains around their necks. When Phoenix lost her midtown apartment in a 2-alarm fire, Dragon offered her a place to stay. 24-hour party monsters. The first time their apartment burned down was a grease fire downstairs. They stayed 2 months at the Chelsea while the insurance got sorted. New linoleum, new cabinetry, new wall-to-wall Berber, complete makeover, same address, new apartment. Then disco died in a record burning. Second fire was Phoenix or Dragon, not shrimp or chicken, and it was ruled accidental. Phoenix spilled 100 proof in her nest and winged a candle. It smelled like a Tang Emperor's wedding feast for weeks. Throw gold at any fire inspector and they look away. The place downstairs reopened under a new name. Noodles were added, soup dumplings, all you can eat on weekends, dim sum. The downstairs hole in the wall got a write-up in the NYT food column, became a big draw, reservations required. Studio 54 closed down. Phoenix and Dragon soldiered on, finding new clubs to light up the night, burning the midnight oil, the candle at both ends, and themselves up in a city that never sleeps. Another fire, another decade passes. The beauty supply next door fed the flames. Acetone developer, bleach powder, acrylic hair, Phoenix self-combusted, wanting to start after a particularly nasty breakup. The blaze, the liquefied assets, the son took over the business, and the Changs moved to Napa overlooking a winery. 6 months at the Chelsea, 4 fire extinguishers in a double room, more handfuls of gold backsheesh to forensics reports, and the apartment instantly doubled in size, and the dining room tripled in capacity. Phoenix fills safety deposit boxes with Dragon's loose change. Supernatural dating is hard for real. Tinder is kindling. Hinge is molten metal. Bumble is an action word. Coffee meets bagel is scorched and scraped like morning toast. When a woman claims she is rising from the ashes, fuckboys don't take that profile so seriously, and they don't think it's literal. No one notices hipster grad students are eaten by the Big Apple. Eventually, Dragon moves back to the UK, gives Phoenix a few chests of plunder and a few gold crowns and tiaras to start on her own. Cheerful goodbye as Dragon spreads their wings and sets off for parts unknown. She moves inland, and times are changing, and everyone is reeling. Phoenix never changes. She changes her name to Phoebe, to Phoenix, to Felicia with a PH briefly, then back to Phoenix. In a Midwestern major town, the bird's flown, and the Chivas Regal velvet bags piled up with doubloons, a bedroom for guests, and a bedroom for nest. She ferries her empty handles, because she's still a dipsomaniac dippy bird at this point, to the Panda Express dumpster. Phoenix misses Dragon. Phoenix keeps downsizing. It's hard being immortal and alone until she's in a studio apartment in a rundown part of town. Dragon sends her cash through Venmo. Phoenix travels and starts the global pub crawl, the great international dumpster fire world tour. Drink yourself until blazed on 5 continents and hatching anew in a different country each month. Phoenix is wearing out her welcome. Another Airbnb burned down over abysmal German egg drop soup, hires a London accountant to oversee her investments, and flies home red-eye coach from Helsinki to Boise to begin again. Boise's affordable, but not anonymous. She moves often, and she can't get out of bed without a drink first. Alcohol fuels her days, nights, dreams, and the fires. She's a bird brain out of control. Her liver regenerates, so she never worries. Get sick, get tired, having a bad day. Just set yourself on fire and begin again. DUIs, car wrecks, DTs. Set yourself on fire and begin again. The phoenix always rises from the ashes, respawning with endless lives and endless thirst. Dragon gets clocked by some small local village by locals after an extended holiday in Port Miron and goes radio silent. Phoenix is now an odd duck. No calls, no wire transfers, no texts, no voicemail. She stumbles into a convenience store for a new Bic. She needs to light a fire under her dragging ass. She even starts diploma mill courses on naturopathy, Reiki, and metaphysics. She spends her Wednesdays at the community center teaching basket weaving. Fridays, she teaches creative writing to at-risk teens. She's going to make it on her own, drunk as a skunk, and hatch out to cash out more than ever before. She decides maybe she needs to marry well, marry up, find a demigod or better, a full god. She dates single divinities from all canons. Greek gods, side chicks, Hera accidentally on par for the course. Gods who can't keep extra hands to themselves, Sumerian deities that make her miss dragons, platonically solid warmth 2 months, even Jesus Christ, or so he claimed to be at least. It always ends badly. She's got a rep for disaster, and gods are notorious narcissists. And Phoenix knows her kind are temperamental. She even dates a nice CPA for free financial advice, who reports the unusual antiquity she's selling on the academic gray market. Showing her Otto Dick's original Nita Berber sketch made him more of a dick. She moves to another city and begins again. A few ounces of gold, diamonds, and rubies packed up, more fake IDs, passports, cases of handles loaded into her 2024 crossover SUV, enough headroom to not ruffle a feather. She joins a few women's groups, more for the Smirnoff ice and box wine than the charcuterie tray-centered meaningful connection. The charcuterie trays are the problem, not Phoenix. Oh, heavens, no. The center of attention is the gravlocks, the piles of calamatas, the Whittercrackers, the brie. Not what her problems are. She'll not be upstaged by any brine-pitted olive ever. No pastrami or brioche will disrupt her egocentric universe. They ask her to leave the groups after falling over drunk onto the ski boards, cheese boards, and melting them like raclette with her radiant heat. She is drinking from sunup to sundown, filling her veins with firewater. Alcohol is water to the OG Firebird. She pops a baseball cap to hide her fading head feathers. Realizes she is respawning in her nest constantly with blackouts that could make corvids blush. This is what happens when you become an addict to accelerants. Thank you.
I love every single second of that. That was awesome.
I was laughing so hard. Oh my God. I love the details, like the little details about like the London accountant, right? It's like you could have just said accountant, but you made it a London accountant. And that just not only the word London brings you to a place, but the place London and the kind of the gray fog, like it, one word choice evokes so much and then goes and flows with the cadence wonderfully. So
she was on a tour of destruction at that point after Dragon went missing. So
yeah, it's just, and I guess that's something maybe we can all take out of this as a writing tip, is the more details that you can put into something, it just really will stick with your reader. It'll make it more personalized and bring them into the world more. So even like one line going into a detail about it being, you know, a London accountant. I remember that.
Everyone's ever been in Chinatown in New York, they'll know exactly where they lived because I mentioned what part of Chinatown, the side near the Bowery.
Yeah. So it rewards you while not bogging down the poem or the, I don't know, is it just prose? It's poem, prose,
It's
or both?
yeah.
Written in stanzas.
Okay. 'Cause I can't see it, you know.
I think it's in it's a prose poem of sorts.
I would say
Well,
I just love
excellent.
hatch out to cash out. That needs to be a t-shirt.
God,
Everybody who was
where that
Phoenixed.
from,
We
but
do need like a Phoenix support group. You know? Oh man. I was gonna say I think I'm next in the order. But Mark,
I've lost
hop
track
in.
of where we
Yeah,
are.
I've got one.
If he
Right.
could, that'd be great because I actually have to go grab my books to grab these two drabbles. So
Okay.
Yeah.
not that I want to miss your stuff, but I'll be right back.
All right. Sounds good. Yeah, it was good. This is a pleasant surprise. It's just one of those mornings where I just have a lot of things going on in my head, as we all do, and I was trying to plan my day. I stayed up very late last night, as I've been staying up till 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, just writing, meditating, and I'm trying to make sense of it all this morning. And then this notification popped up, and I was like, "All right, there you go. I've got a plan." So this one I wrote, I think about a week ago, and I just named it Petrichor / Marble Sky. And it goes like this. Nobody's going to feel sorry for yourself quite the way you do. No one will be saving you. Crawl from your windowed steel cages and tarred roofs. Burnt out pieces. Thought your old thesis was fireproof. You allowed them to steal your identity. Now you feel lost, for you have sacrificed peace and serenity. Taking bad advice and huffing thick exhaust. Keep lying to yourself. Instead of getting real with it, you've been sucking it up and dealing with it. Your integrity is gagged and bound to be tossed. Living in a world of artificial lights, you step out into the night, all thoughts of sunlight disappear. Your mind is lost. Mismanaged emotions mirror turbulent oceans. Does your paycheck validate your existence? Who's the boss? How much is your life worth? Is fearing keeping you from receiving the signals you need? Numb senses and cut off roots. You've given all your blood. It's a wonder you could still breathe. Fabricated flesh and exaggerated war-torn stories. They used to sound fake, but now they all seem so real. Minus the glory, not the same old story. It's about who you touch and how you feel. Beware of what passes through your skull. Tightly stretched, scarred skin like a beaten down drumhead. Vibrant rhythms and beats turned hollow and dull. Double check the sources from all the materials you have read. There's a preacher in Maine reading about an old farmer in Vermont uprooting the crops, selling off the land, giving away the cows and killing all his chickens. No one's drinking milk anymore, and high-priced eggs are slim pickings. Cold nights, warm days, treetops will soon set ablaze. Cold snap, sweet sap, maple river nectar runs wild through the veins of stoic trees. As the haze rises and penetrates the mist that hovers above the early morning earthly stench. Settling in comfort with the warm days, with the warm rays of the sun. planted bare feet on the sacred soil, insects in motion, hidden snakes in tall grass coil. Arms sway like the branches in the breeze. Nature's lyrics, your soul feeds, heartfelt release of all the stress and the tension. Your defiant fists become unclenched. You roam in the trails along the ridge. Mother's bosom is calling her sons and daughters home before crossing over the freedom bridge. You choose your words wisely and speak with intention. The apprehension to face the truth is what's been keeping humanity in a rapid state of toxic suspension. Let the fools sift through the proof while you focus on your mission. As I gaze over the fields surrounded by rolling hills of wild blueberries, ancient stone walls and mended posts and white fence and wire fences, acres of hope for men who have come to their senses, staying alive to thrive, not coping with blinding needles and hoping to die. I turned the front porch light out so I can touch the cosmos and be at peace with the fireflies. You don't have to be close to me to feel my presence or to see the sparkle in my eyes. We are born, we live, we die, returning to the earth like fallen leaves. The living shall grieve for the ones who are relieved under a marble sky. Sorry, I had a hard time reading that. Usually I put on my glasses, and I've been trying to read without my glasses, so everything just goes out of focus every now and then. So anyway.
Incredible, Mark. That might be my new favorite of yours.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I was trying to pick one out, and I wasn't sure about this one, and having a conversation with my mother, it just brought up some emotions, and I took a hike that day, and I was up on the ridge, and everything just came together. So thank you.
The stanza where I turn off the porch light, that just was breathtaking. Just such a perfect image.
Yeah, I agree. That's the one that stuck with me as well.
Yeah, I was going outside the other night. It was a beautiful night, and then these motion sensor lights were coming on, and I was like, let's turn those off so I can get a good look at the sky.
Yeah, you're always so good at bringing us into these moments with you, making us be present. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I'll have to watch the rest on the replay, but
yeah,
sorry,
I appreciate that. It's fun. It's fun because, like we spoke about on our last meeting on Sunday, it just allows me to tap into being a child again. And this, we get older, and then I think we get depressed when we look back at our lives and we want to recapture those moments of being a child, but then life takes over and forces us to be an adult. And we're not supposed to be adults all the time. We need to hold on to that innocence and that vivid imagination, the gifts that we have as a child. And when we allow ourselves to do that, we can create some memorable work.
yeah, it's about being present. That's what kids do that we don't. They're literally just there in the moment, not worried too much about what's going to happen in the future generally. Like, they might have a bully or something, saying that they have trouble-free lives, but they can tap into that, and so can we, at any moment. And I think the poetry brings you down into looking at the subtle folds on a blanket and being in that moment to make it pop and make 4 sentences out of it in a poem. You know what I mean? So it's just, and they don't tend to worry about the past either, so they stay here now in the moment, playing, being. So just
And
something to consider.
Yeah, that's the message, and that is the key to happiness. Because if we look past, we wake up and most of the time our mind goes to the past, and that causes a little bit of depression, melancholy feelings. And if we think about the future, then it causes anxiety. So I'm conscious
all
of
power
that.
is now. All power is right now.
It is, it's a common theme, and it is the truth. Because the future really doesn't exist. The future turns into, it's the present. It's all about right now and what you have right now.
Whatever you're thinking is going to happen is never, very rarely, what happens. So that's wasted energy, and I'm the pot calling the kettle black on this one. So this is an active thing that I work on, but I find that when you can get into that state, life is just happier. It really is. So
it is true. It's something that you hear a lot if you dig into any self-help, and if you're a reflective person. And when you first hear it, it kind of resonated with me, but I was like, what does this mean? Because I was always go, 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 and working in restaurants for a long time. I would just flip the bird to the notion of be here, be now, be here now. It's just like you're always projecting what's going to happen.
They don't know the things that I'm worrying about. Or if I don't think about a million things at once, then the moon will fall on me.
It's an assault on the nervous system. It really is. And that's why many of us are in this state of,
and it's also about trust, by the way. It's about trusting yourself to handle the crisis in the moment as it comes, instead of having to worry. And that's a bit of a twist. It's like, whoa, what do you mean I don't trust myself? Oh, I should trust myself more. Then I don't have to think about contingency plan A through X. Because in the moment, I'll have all of the facts that I need instead of conjecture,
And that goes against what how a lot of us are taught. And we talk about faith, and that's associated with religion, and it's like, oh, we need that to be connected with the divine, because that's just a business model. It's a marketing tool. But no, we can tap into that. We have that power right here.
You are the divine.
Mm-hmm.
And when I write,
spirituality teaches anyway. You are.
I know. Yeah, it was a hard concept for me to grasp. Growing up Catholic with all the shame and guilt and all that BS. So when I write and I feel like it's the biggest antidepressant ever. So that I keep on going,
And you can see why. Then it takes you into the present. It forces you to look at those small, quiet moments. And that is life. Life doesn't exist in the past or the future. It is now. So
poetry for me is a way of taking the big mess of life and focusing it with a microscope, going down to the macrocosm. What is the heart of this? What is important? What do I value? What do I want to communicate and share with others? What worlds live within me that need to come out that aren't maybe socially acceptable, or what needs to be addressed? Where are the elephants in this room? I'm going to call them out. I don't know if any of you noticed, I said that dragon got clocked. Dragon is transgender. And I don't think any of you noticed that. But dragon got clocked. That's why dragon vanished. And I'm going to be exploring more of my dragon character. But they're but for one person will read a poem and get some completely different message than what the author intended. And that's good, because the poems, poetry thanks, like I said in my book, poetry thanks it for choosing you. We're just conduits for collective consciousness and the universe.
Yes.
We are not necessarily, we're guiding it, but we are not in the driver's seat sometimes. And a lot of poets have semi-automatic writings where the poems just come out, ka-thunk, here's a poem. And we need to embrace that, as well as when we, like Mark and all of us do, sometimes intentionally try to focus and write on a theme or do a themed anthology, because it is so important, because we are using the microscope of the consciousness, of our awareness of multiple sciences and social sciences to communicate. And communication is the purpose of poetry in a meaningful way.
Yeah. That flow is what I was talking about earlier with the Pisces ocean. It's like you tap into the ocean and it flows through you. And some writer, Stephen King, has actually said this, that he just feels like he has to get his fingertips on that keyboard or on a pen or something to get it as it's coming through him, and he just sees the story as it's happening. And like he's not even doing anything, and it's that sort of thing.
Oh, I totally relate to that. Yeah, I was just walking
my
dog. Sorry, go ahead.
That's my process.
Yeah, I was just walking my dog last night, and I got a wonderful poem out of it. It's not finished yet, but he's getting older, and I know these subtle differences where that was his second walk of the day, so he wasn't pulling me like he usually does, and I was more like pulling him, and I just made an observation and applied that to, we're getting older and we're going to die, but then I started noticing like the smell in the air. It was a warm spring evening, and I could smell hay, I could smell manure from the field, and all these things started to come to me, and I've got my phone and I'm walking the dog, and I'm like, I need to get this down. So I started doing that, and when I got back, I didn't complete it, but it's close to it. And those are my favorite poems. They just come to me, and I have an idea for a poem, and I might start out a certain path, but then I branch off in all these different directions, and I'm like, wow, I never really set out to write this. I have no idea what I've been writing about. And then I read it and I let it sit for a couple days, and then I tweak it. And then most of the time I'm pretty happy with it. And that's when I give thanks to the muses. I acknowledge the muse, because, and like you said, Nikki, it's coming from a different place. We're just a conduit, and I firmly believe that.
Write in a frenzy, revise at leisure.
Can you repeat that?
Write in a frenzy, revise at leisure.
Okay, I like that. Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm curious, because that's how I write. I need to touch the keyboards, and then the thoughts will flow through, and I just feel like we're conduits of something that already exists. I feel like, who in here, I just want to take a super informal survey. Who writes like that? Like, you touch your favorite pen, or you've got your keyboard. I feel like that's all of us, right?
Me.
I wish. I can. I talked about with my poetry, right? Like it sometimes will just blah out of me. I think my problem isn't being able to tap in so much as my monkey mind will go. And I actually just had an insight here about my second book, because writing the first one, I was more in the moment, I didn't care about genre conventions and structure and what all the fiddly editing stuff that I know now.
Revise at leisure.
I just wrote what happened in the next scene, just like I would role play. You don't overly think it, you just do. Or like Steven's storytelling game, right? It brings you into the moment and just you just do, and you don't overthink it with that monkey mind. Well, somewhere along the line, I also love editing and like figuring out where the problem in the story might be and how to enhance it and stuff. And so I think the second one kind of suffers from me knowing stuff that I didn't in the first. Now, by the end of the first, I knew all the structure stuff. I went through, I made sure that it was really sound, you know? So it's stronger for that structure, but I feel like my Virgo is getting in the way of my Pisces, and they oppose each other. Like
The
Pisces
more-
is the flow, Virgo is the minutia and perfection.
When's your birthday?
Editor proofreader, and it gets in my way and self-sabotages me because I know what on the other end it's supposed to look like. But I've learned to shut off the editor, critic, proofreader, and just let it all out in a big ugly mess, and then I'll deal with that when I get to it, when the whole story is out
Yeah.
of me.
I need to be more present in my main character's moment. I need to be more present with the world around her and what would naturally be happening in that story, given the events of the time, instead of projecting out what I think is going to happen too much. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Right now.
Yeah, and that's something I used to do. I would do chapter by chapter, and then I would go, well, this is supposed to happen, but now look, it went this way. You know, and 10 times out of 10, the story is better for it. Maybe like 9.99%. There's that time when it's like, oh, that went off the rails. But usually it's like in editing, if it does unhook something, you can usually go, here's how we put the flow back in here and fix it. Because Virgo is fixing energy. Fixing the minutia. Well, this broke, this dam broke.
I'm a Virgo, and I always hear about how Virgos are so organized and perfectionistic, and
No.
Are they?
I'm a Virgo too as well. I'm on the cusp, so I have some of that. But then
My mom is a Virgo.
Oh my God!
Virgos are often writers, actually.
I just spew it down, and like when I was going through very, very emotional times, I would change very little. When I would go back and look at it, I'm like, nope, this is what it was.
I'd like to take a look at your chart then, because
I'm like Amy.
Usually there's something in the Pisces field to counteract the Virgo, and it's like a lesson you have to learn in this lifetime is to balance the two energies out. So it's interesting. So I have a Virgo moon, not a Virgo sun like you guys. And a bunch of stuff in Virgo. Like a bunch of other planets are there as well. So but I also have a fair amount of the Pisces energy as well. So it's this back and forth, and it's great for editing. And now you talked about the organization, just as a little aside on that, Amy. It's like, yeah, Virgos are very organized and meticulous. If we're functioning at our best, like the highest vibe Virgo loves a clean place, can function much better in a clean place. We tend to have very cluttered minds. And so we have cluttered space. Now, you will know where all the things are in your cluttered space. That's the organization.
Got it. That makes sense. And that's true.
That's true, right? Me too. I'm like, oh, and I know this about myself, that if I just keep everything in their place, but they inevitably end up wherever, but I know where they are, but I'm like, you're not supposed to be here. And then I'll put it back where it's supposed to be and be like, where is it?
Yeah, right.
Don't let that happen to your ideas. whatever they
Yeah.
are, wherever they come up, just get them down. You can put it into something linear or even non-linear. Books and poems do not have to be linear. There is no rule saying it has to be linear ever. And if there is a rule that
Yeah.
someone's still insisting to, break it and
Yeah.
redo it.
For sure. For sure. So thank you guys for maybe helping me to break through a little differently.
Well, when we have these conversations, we tend to get some breakthroughs, and that's the beauty of it. And a lot of our responses to the questions can actually be applied to material for new poetry. I get a tremendous amount of material just by our conversations. So if my poems sound familiar, well, you probably helped create that.
I'm still waiting on your Laszlo and his obsession with underneath your stove poem. I want to know what was under there.
Oh, right. Yeah, I need to revisit.
Laszlo is his dog.
Yeah,
Oh.
I need to revisit that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna write a children's book
fascinated
about Laszlo.
Yeah, that'd be
Oh.
That was
great.
Angela's idea.
Yeah, just during this call, I've been looking through the poetry that me and Amy have been writing, and I've kind of been editing it a little bit. Well, at least the ones that I've written. I don't want to mess with Amy's because that's hers, you know? So that's kind of how we have a respect for each other in our work.
Cool. I'm
Yeah,
glad
that's what these-
you brought that back up because I hadn't seen that in a while. So awesome, Kristen. I'm going to be back in there.
That's
Cool,
what's
cool.
awesome about these things. It's we make the space for it, and then creativity will just happen. Kind of like if you plow a field, things will grow. You leave milk on your counter long enough, it too will grow.
Things will also grow. Yeah.
Wisdom of the day.
You have cultured milk. Yes.
My milk is cultured. Even my milk is cultured.
Yeah, in my New York poem, it's actually inspired by Mark and I having a talk about parts of New York City. And that's how he showed up in that piece, because he and I were talking about New York, and all of a sudden I decided to set the poem opening in that.
That's so cool.
There's so much material there, and with the architecture and bridges and the rivers and all that stuff, I like to incorporate that in my poetry, and it takes me to a place where there's some triggers, right? You look in the past, like we talked about. There's some triggers of emotions, things I haven't thought about in a while, and there's part of me that's telling me or asking me, "Are you sure you want to go there?" And in the pursuit of art, I'm all in. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go there, but I know that I'm gonna have to bring myself back, if that makes sense. Because some of those memories stir up some strong
No,
emotion.
poets are time travelers.
But then we
Poets
can
are
also bring
absolute
them out to
time
heal. Like that's Pisces energy too, by the way. It's very healing. So the poetry, the stories that we do heal ourselves and the people who read them. You know. That's the service that we give, even though, as we were talking about earlier, I think it might have been in Dale's thing about how you can be a doctor and go to school for all this stuff and people respect your knowledge there in a way that isn't done in the arts, you know?
Mm.
And even though it's incredibly healing, it can be life-changing to read a poem. You know, even like a super short one, you're like, whoa, I never looked at it like that. Paradigm shift. And that paradigm shift can then, you know, it can free up your body to let go of maybe stuff that was keeping you sick, you know, like physical stuff beyond just the soul, like just the soul, but you know what I mean? Like
That old
these things are
saying.
all connected. So
Yeah,
I
just
think
the soul.
what
That
we're all
old soul thing.
So what we do here in the poets, the writers of the world, it's beautiful, is what I'm saying. It's
Yeah.
healing any doctor more so probably.
I think
Yes,
so.
this is the medicine.
I just want to say, I did finish my arts and crafts, imposter syndrome. So we will be burning him. And if you guys, as we're doing this, think of your imposter. I'm going to write mine down there, the things that you feel like hold you back. We can write them on here and we will burn him at the end of this and banish him together.
Cool. At first, I thought it was the voodoo doll.
Yeah, he is kind of. He's going to voodoo away all our.
Yeah.
Huh?
Don't name him after me because I don't want to burn just yet.
No, he's our imposter. He is our Yule log of all our deficiencies and everything that holds us back. It's going on him. So I'm going to scribble some of my own on. And if you guys feel like you can private message me something if you want, or drop it in the chat, or just tell us, and I will write these on here.
Perfectionism. Perfectionism.
That's going on the. That's probably. I'm going to be like perfectionism, and we'll just tally that one.
You wouldn't want to add that.
Tally for me too. For perfectionism, definitely. Oh,
the Virgo hang
procrastination.
Procrastination because you want it to be perfect, and it'll be perfect later after you have some miraculous insight later. And that's why. But I will say, like, you've probably all noticed that you rush something last minute, and like you think for sure like you're gonna get an F on it, whatever project it was, because you did it on a napkin on the way into school, you know, and then you get an A, and it's like, what's going on here? It's because your Virgo energy is picking up all the details all the time. You're picking up way more out of everything you're learning. You're hearing that teacher, you're whatever. So that you think what you just did was half-assed. But in reality, you've been collecting all kinds of stuff, all kinds of minutia the entire time, and worrying about it and obsessing about the project that you're procrastinating. And then you blur it out, and it's actually very good because you've already done the work, whether you realize it or not.
I actually just heard about that. That's actually an entrepreneur trait of successful entrepreneurs, by the way. For anybody who feels like, oh, I always do everything at the last minute, what's wrong with me? That's actually a successful entrepreneur trait because they tend to learn things as needed. And so procrastination is I need to learn all the things and be properly prepared before I start this thing. But entrepreneurs tend to just be like, this is the idea I have. I don't know how to do it. And then they just figure it out. So, and hey, Pete finally got in. Pete and I have been going back and forth. I've been trying to send him the right link so he can get in here. So, and Amy knows Pete. So Amy knows Pete and Kristen. And so, yeah, we've got like a good house coming in here.
Yeah, I posted the thing on Instagram.
So, sweet.
Yeah. Angela, can you write on the imposter for me? It's the thing where like things like this, where I like share with other writers and get with other writers, is a block for me. It's often that I'm much happier in a like as the lonely poet, and I would say that's like the opposite. Like when I'm that, it's the opposite of I have no imposter syndrome because there's no input and I can make my own reality about what's true. And then I do accomplish a lot, but I have a block about getting out with other poets and other artists and working. And so I'm very grateful for this day.
I mean, what would that be? Would that be
fear of sharing?
I'm not really afraid of sharing, like at open mics. I'm not afraid of sharing and I did it right here. It might be an imposter syndrome. Well, it is an imposter syndrome in the sense that if I get with other artists, I'll be called out or something. I don't know. I don't know what
we'll be like, isn't one of us out with you?
I don't know what. I really am not even sure what it is. It's like, it was a wall. And so Angela pulled me in and I'm glad that she did.
I'm glad because you're so talented. I don't know untalented people. So if I know you, you are so talented. You guys glow. Amy, you inspire me all the time. Like all the time. You're why we had cake in Hyperbowl. You're why we're doing poetry right now. Because you said, hey, World Poetry Day, and I don't ever even know what day it is.
Okay.
So,
We landed on World Poetry Day because a month ago, the 21st of February, I was supposed to go. I work at a school, an elementary school, in the behavior room, and I was last minute recruited to go. It's called the recovery room, where the bad kids go, and we have to get them lined up to get back to class, or they go for in-school suspension if they get in trouble and stuff like that. But
I could relate.
a month ago, there was this dental field trip that they're like, let's send Amy. And I'm like, I got to be in charge of children and like 5 bus loads of I was only in charge of like 4 kids from my school, 5 bus loads of kids going to this all day dental field trip. And I'm supposed to be in charge of them if they like have to get a root canal or something, I'm supposed to hold their hand. Oh my God. And so we had terrible weather that week. And we only went one day of the whole school week, and that was supposed to be the day of the field trip, but they postponed it to today. So like I immediately was like, I'm taking that day off and I'm gonna make a poetry excuse about it. Like, what does March 21st have to do with poetry? Thinking it would be like E.E. Cummings' birthday or something. I don't know. It was World Poetry Day. So that was
meant to be. Oh my goodness. World Poetry Day saved you. You should write a poem about that.
Yes. Two of the kids in school suspension yesterday helped me make a sign saying, World Poetry Day! And then they wrote poems about their favorite way to eat eggs because they got in an argument about it. I'm like, put in a poem. So.
Oh, I love that.
It was great.
That's some good discipline. You know what? You're fighting about this. Put it in a poem.
Put it in a poem. That's right. Right now.
Yeah. Don't let
That'd be a great shirt right there. Just put it in the poem.
I'd wear that for my school.
Yeah.
I'm writing that down because that needs to be a shirt.
All right. Let's do it.
We'll
put it in the poem, and then we could put the Opportunities logo on the back or somewhere in there.
Yeah. I did add fear of not being enough to the imposter. And what we're doing, Pete, because Pete's like, well, he's been watching, but he's like, what are you guys doing now? So before we get into another round of poetry, we're writing down the things that hold us back on this guy, and then we're going to light him on fire later. So he's kind of like the Burning Man, Yule log. We're going to light him up. Also, Angela just likes to light things on fire.
Yes, Angela is a pyromaniac.
That's always fun.
MFA.
The truth comes out. Now we know your motivation.
Yeah.
What did you say, Pixie? I didn't hear it.
I don't have an MFA in creative writing and publishing.
That's a good one.
I'm not good enough. That means I'm not professional. I'm not serious enough. I'm never submitting enough. And the terrible one that all of us have, I'm simply a hack. I'm not a real poet, and I'm not good enough.
I'm writing all that down.
Pretty soon you're going to have a life-size doll.
There's also
This is
I don't
evolving.
know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing, and that's why we have coaches.
Mhm. Well, I'm going to say I never know what I'm doing. If it's any encouragement, I have an 8th grade education because I quit school in 9th grade because I was like, this is hell. I'm not doing this. And but not knowing what you're doing, I feel like has become the joy of my life because
Not all who
I don't know what I'm
wander
doing.
off.
So I have low stakes on this. I could completely fuck up. I will probably fuck up.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's liberation right there.
Mhm.
Letting go of everything you thought you knew and just embracing the now.
I might forget to cut out and make the little guy that I had said that I was going to make. That's going to be super ornate and life size. I was going to do a life size Burning Man guy.
Well, maybe we
but
need
where
a
did I
life
get this?
size. we all need a representation of ourselves. So there'd be a bunch of little dolls on top of the life
Yeah.
size. So if I wake up in the middle of the night screaming because I feel like I'm on fire, I know that you lit the match.
I will not call it Mark. Look at that hair. That's not Mark hair.
No, well, I gotta cut it. Not quite.
All right. Well, I've written all that down. He's gonna sit here and wait to be lit on fire. Oh, wait. He's gonna be lit on fire.
Oh
Don't let
yeah,
him
you can't
know.
let him know that. Hmm.
He'll run away. But he's gonna sit there, and if anybody thinks of anything else, I'll write him on there. And otherwise, I say let's get to some more poetry. We got a new poet in the house. We got Pete joining us.
Hello.
Hello, Pete.
Hello, Pete.
In the sunny UK. Yes.
The sunny UK, sunny London.
Yeah.
We had London mentioned earlier.
Oh no, I'm down in Portsmouth, which is some backwater city. But yeah,
Are you
have to
gonna
live
read for
somewhere.
us?
Eh?
Do you have something to share?
Yeah. This is going to be part of a hopefully coming out next year. I'm collecting artists, as Amy knows, for something to come out next year. Nice and slow, take it easy, sort of thing. No rush. And this is one that's I don't normally write during the winter. I find it too depressing to actually do anything as such. But I went to see the new Nosferatu, and it just fired. It was in January, early January, and it just kind of fired things up in my head. So I started writing again. Yeah, very unusual. But this is one called Where Echoes Do Not Sound. Crowned upon a precipice, a castle of ruinous aspect, empty except for shadows, its soul long departed. Spectral moonlight accentuates, though does not penetrate, eyeless windows of abyss, cold, staring, and desolate. A ghostly silent exudes decay, cadaverous trees stand petrified, drained of life into rancid earth, poisoned by corruption personified. Gripping with clawing thorns, the smothering creepers snake, embracing in a tightly hold till the walls should break. Through arteries of corridors where life once flowed, a wind howls and whispers, voices of souls deathly cold. As light is consumed by the dark, breath succumbs to oppressive air, cobwebs cling loosely swaying in unholy stench of atmosphere. A cavernous void with arches ribbed, where echoes do not sound, frenzied vermin feast and gorge at piled corpses of a mound. Bones clothed with hanging flesh, skulls mime hysteric laughter. Above a grim pyre of the dead lies one they called master. He exhales no vapor with every breath, though born human is colder than death. Long unheard, a heart's beating resonance, sleeping to await an end to silence. Thank you. Hear it?
Hey, Pete, make sure, okay, Pete, let me make sure this is right when I say it. Pete is poet in residence for the Dracula Society, is that correct?
Yeah.
Can you tell the group about your book, What Appears in the Dark?
Yeah. Well, it's Amy's fault actually, because I have a thing about writing poetry about vampires in different perspectives and that sort of thing. And Amy said if Pete produced a book, I'd read that. So thank you. I'll do that then. And so I did. It wasn't quite. It wasn't. I mean, I envisaged a whole book of vampire poetry as such, but I didn't quite have enough. So I actually sort of filled it with some other dark stuff. But this one, the next one coming out, will be mainly vampires and that outsider series I started, I've now finished. There was 5 poems in the end, and it's a story arc. And that'll make up some of the book as well, sort of thing. Because I'm actually quite secretly chuffed about that little mini series as such. It was, I think, like you were talking earlier. I did one, and it just didn't seem to stop there. And then something else, and then it just kept going as such. There's different little vignettes, as you might say, on other characters and their lives as such, and that kind of thing. So yeah, that's all done, and yeah, I can't wait for it to. Well, I have to be just patient, wait for it to come out next year as such. But I'm gathering artists, as Amy, Gina is on board as well. Getting some young people over here to do some stuff for me as well. Just to get them experienced in getting their stuff out there, basically, and it helps me out as well. I mean, I love artists that you can say touch as such, so to speak. They're not up there somewhere. You're just sort of like me, trying to get ahead and that sort of thing. And if we can help each other out, then yeah. I'll gladly do that as such. So yeah.
Radical generosity.
It's what, sorry?
I said radical generosity. That's kind of the theme of opportunities of the hub.
Yeah. I mean, I always wherever I can, if I can help, I will. And a local band that I've known, and they're on their 4th album now, and they had an album released in November, I think, and I've known them for a while, and we was chatting on Facebook, and I said, yeah, I'll be turning up, and they said, oh, could you introduce us? I said, yeah, what do you want? They said, can you do us, do a poem and then introduce us? I'm like, you're joking? What, at your album launch? He went, yeah. He said, yeah, if you do, what like a vampire? We went, yeah. Do us a vampire poem and then introduce us. Oh, okay.
That's, oh, man.
That's beautiful, man.
That is magnificent.
Yeah, and then there's similarly sort of like a gothic, what they call them, post-punk band and that sort of thing. And yeah, and they're all dressed in black as well, so I've fitted right in.
Wow, that's awesome. That is so awesome.
Yeah,
You had that on Instagram, right? Because I think I saw that on Instagram, or was that something else? That was
That's
very
right,
cool.
yeah. They introduced me as, have you ever seen Father Christmas and Vlad the Impaler in the same room?
That's beautiful, man. You need to embrace that.
Right.
Yeah, oh god, yeah.
Well, your poem was wonderfully morbid. I loved it. Yeah, very descriptive.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
I
But
actually wrote.
yeah,
Oh, no, go
that's
ahead.
that's self-doubt on my one for sure.
Yeah. Put that
I
down.
totally agree with that.
That's a good one.
And-
I think we all relate to that. Yeah.
Yeah, and also the fact if you don't have those academic achievements, I think that's what Pixie was saying. It's like you feel not as good. How can I be doing this? I'm not actually qualified to do this or whatever sort of thing. You sort of, you get a lot of that.
Which is weird that we even think that, because most of the great names that we're constantly citing are usually not. They're just writing from life.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we like the beat writers, because they were not. They were just doing life. Exactly. And then the ones that followed them. I'm really sorry. I have to go. I got to go pick up my husband, but this has been so
Nice to meet you.
Thank
This
you.
is
so
brilliant.
much for-
Thank you. All right.
I've been humming the Taken Hyperbole song, so now I really need to go find it again.
I can just sing it. Wait, let me grab a guitar. No, I'm kidding. Okay, I gotta go. I'll see you
No,
guys.
I was a yes, but okay, I got
Bye,
you.
Amy.
Bye.
Well, definite thing not having the degree in, you see other poets that you respect, and like, I'm getting my MFA. And I'm
Mhm.
like, I am trying to afford dinner and I have trouble adulting. I'm definitely
Yeah.
not getting the MFA. And then it's like, well, I have a push cart nom. And I'm the Riesling chair for this year. So, but I have no qualifications, and I don't think that
Yeah.
my master's degree in classical studies qualifies me for this. And I never use that stupid degree in my writing, which I really, really need to do, and that's something I want to try doing. And I'm just going, no, I shouldn't be allowed to be a poet. I don't have the credentials, whatever the part of my
That's a
lingo.
lie we're sold.
It's
It's
really
just a
hard.
lie that we're sold.
Well,
Yeah.
when we hear our friends, fellow poets, talk down to themselves, our first reaction, right, as a human being, is to say, "No, you're brilliant. You're, to help each other recognize each other's brilliance. So
Yeah.
why do we have this need to put ourselves down?" So that's where we have to remind ourselves that we are our best friends, and we need to
Mhm.
lift ourselves up, just as
Yeah.
we're lifting each other up. And
Yeah,
that's what it's all
Yeah.
about.
my
We tend to
Yeah.
go back to that self-flagellation, oh, I'm not good enough and all that. And that's just limiting beliefs and lies. And so we have to remind ourselves how brilliant we are.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I actually, despite what I'm doing and the credentials I'm getting, literally in January had a crisis and I started looking at MFA programs. And I'm going, but I've already accomplished most of the target goals that are in this program or surpassed them. I'm overqualified. This would just be a certificate that I'd hang on my wall.
Yeah.
And it
Mhm.
doesn't that I've written anything that great, more academic accolades and paying off debt I really can't afford. And I'm not, but there's a part of me that's like, I must have a MFA. And of course I call it by what those three letters are a
Yeah.
possible acronym for, because
Where is my motherfucker? Where?
yeah, where is my motherfucker? Where is my motherfucker? And
Yeah.
I feel like I don't, does anyone else ever go on, oh no, I don't have the MFA? Because I have a GED and then went to college and I don't have the MFA. And I'm going, maybe people would like me more if I had the MFA. And then I'm
But
like,
you have the skills. You have the
Life
skills you've
experiences.
gotten in other ways. There are other ways to learn. I feel like the
hard
academic
knock
model
MFA.
as it is probably going out the window. Like, to be quite honest, it's archaic in an era of YouTube and Amazon.
Opportunities.
Other, we have so many other ways to learn that are hands-on, like actually doing the stuff, getting published, all of this.
Practicums.
That's where you're going to learn. And so the MFA is great. Like it has enriching components, but there's nothing in that you couldn't get elsewhere. It's just it's conveniently packaged, other than that title. So is that title worth it, or can you give that title to yourself?
The title is for the ego. All
Yeah.
these life experiences are built on obstacles and so-called failures. And when we rise above all that, we look back and we say, wow, I'm still here. And where was I before and where am I now? That's when we have to do a self-audit and realize, wow, you know what? I have my degree. I went, I don't have a college degree. I have a culinary degree. I was in the Coast Guard, many, many obstacles, many failures. When I started owning up to my so-called failures, which I don't call them failures anymore, they were just challenges and obstacles, and it made me stronger. And that's my degree.
Yeah. And your
I
work
have.
speaks for itself. It's either good or it isn't. Like you can have an MFA and be a terrible poet. That I might think. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And it's also
I
very
have
subjective.
I have an idea that I may regret. I don't know. Tell me this is a bad idea, guys.
You never
But
will.
why can't we just have our own MFA, an Authortunities MFA, where we go through it and we'll figure out what is on an MFA, but ours will be free. So, it'll be just in the community and we can all take a part in teaching the thing that that we know. Like, I'm not going to teach you about prose poetry, but I could talk about hot bun all day. You know what I mean? And why don't we just make our own MFA?
Yeah,
I mean, is that like, can we do that? I think we can do that.
I think it
I
would
think
be
we need to put that
excellent.
little guy as part of the logo on the MFA, right?
Yeah, because
We need to
so
name him
many of
first.
us
We need to come up with a
feel like-
name.
we feel like posers. We feel like, I'm not a real poet because even though I have 40 years of writing and, well, one legitimate chapbook, Lulu doesn't count in my opinion from back in the day. And 30 magazines in 2 years since submitting. And I just yesterday made Baubles from Bones, by the way. So I'm very happy about that. And I've turned down and gotten longlisted for Strange Horizons twice by accident now. So I'm doing really well, but I don't have that MFA. I'm not respectable yet.
Put MFA
I am
on that
craft
thing and burn it.
craft and credibility driven. And I'm doing great with craft. And I think you guys are realizing I'm doing new things that I've never done before. But I feel like I need that stupid, rigid, traditional academic, you are a qualified poet. And I'm like, wait, when I was an undergrad, I was speaking in the Living American Poets class, reading my poetry to my peers, but I was the guest. Does that count towards it?
Of course it does. Yeah, it's
going,
one
like-
avenue of learning. That's it. That's all it is.
I just okay, I don't
It's not
want
better or worse. I'm not putting it down even. Anybody who wants to get an MFA or has an MFA, we've got
But you-
people in the hub that have them.
you read those bios and has an MFA and a PhD, which just means pile higher and deeper. And I'm just like, I am sorry. I'm a very small cancer surviving disabled punk girl, Gen X, and I'm too weird and I can't afford the qualifications to be a respectable real poet.
Well, and respectable to who?
Stop telling yourself that.
Respectable to
Those are
people
lies.
that you don't respect. Like anybody who doesn't respect me as a writer because I've self-published and all that, I don't care what they think. Like
That's the key to
go on
happiness.
with your life. What? Think that if you want. I'm over here living my best life.
Yeah,
Do
the
what I
LG
want.
nominations are coming out, and I'm getting texts from friends going, "I've been nominated for an Elgin." I'm like, I'm so happy for you. Please let me catch up to you. Please let me catch up. And I'm like,
they're
wait,
on a different path, Pixie. They're on
this
a
is
different
competition.
path. This is where knowing your astrology chart, by the way, helps. Because you look at that thing and you look at other people's charts and you stop comparing yourself because you are you. You're Pixie.
Aries,
I am
Leo,
Nikki. That is Pete. We've got Kristen, Angela, Mark. We are all different.
What do they say about
Nobody's on the same
comparison,
path.
right? It's a thief of joy.
Yeah. So
Remember
you
that.
don't ever know what your path is, where your path is going to take you. If it happens to get you an Elgin Award someday, great. If you don't give a shit when it happens, even better.
That's what I'm hoping I'm doing this year because of I didn't get, I was wrestling chair, which made me immune but being not, if I get nominated, it would have been okay. I didn't get nominated. I'm like, okay, cool, but I'm doing really okay as chair. The train hasn't run off the tracks too much yet. And I'm like, okay, I'd really like some kind of credibility. And that's why in January I was like, I have to get the MFA. I have to become.
Yeah, but you don't.
You don't.
I'm
have
gonna
to.
give you an MFA right now.
Can
Your
if you
mother
want.
For real,
fucking
we're giving you like an honorary one right now. Like
Well,
this,
yeah,
this is your
motherfucking
induction
authentic.
right now.
But yes.
I'm taking pictures of this, by the way, so we can post about this later and remember this.
Oh, cool.
So I have a
And I'll
segue
share
from
those.
what Pixie's talking about into what I was
Mhm.
going to read because it actually
Oh,
ties in.
sweet.
So
If I may,
that's
before
why-
you start, because it's more on the same thing as well.
okay, sure.
I always
That's what
feel
I'm
like
talking
I'm sorry. I just always feel like I'm far behind, but then I'm like, I can't think that way because like it was said earlier, it's everyone's path is different.
Yes.
So that's all I wanted to say.
Mhm.
And
And
you
like-
have to ask yourself, who are you behind? Far behind who?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of the poets that I'm quote far behind aren't poets that I enjoy reading.
Mhm.
Well, my
Yeah.
experience is that anybody who we look at that appears to have their quote shit together, they're struggling just like us. And then we have these
Yeah.
conversations and we open up and we discuss these matters.
Mhm.
We realize that we're all connected. We're all human beings, right? We all
Yeah.
can beat ourselves up and we're all struggling and we're all going through the same things. And that's the beauty of groups like this. It's not about the ego. It's about lifting each other up.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
ego
I also-
creeps in, and then we start playing games, and we start comparing ourselves to others, and we're all prone to that. But that's not happiness right there. That makes us feel sad.
I will never be respectable. That was a popular song when I was younger. And
Mhm.
unfortunately, it still resonates for me. I am never going to be respectable. And that's okay.
You know what respectable means, though? It means the same. It means homogenized, and you
I don't want to
have
be that.
passed through a very rigid profiling, and then that is what acceptable is. And we don't want to be acceptable. And we honestly don't want that. We want to
That would crush
be
me.
each individual. If I read something, I hope nobody goes, oh, that is definitely a Harvard. I'm making this up because that's how uneducated I am. This was a Harvard haiku, in the style of blah, blah, blah. No, I want somebody to listen to whatever I wrote and go, oh, that sounds like Angela.
That touched me, or that made me
Yeah,
laugh.
yeah.
That evinced
Yeah,
some
that
sort
meant
of
a lot.
emotion. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Before you read, I just want to say one thing that helped me so much. And then I think we should turn it back to put like one more round and then we'll go light this little guy up. When I was about 40, I realized that I was so worried about all the things that I was fucking up on, which was many, and has continued. Not that anything changed on that end, but I was so worried about that. And then one day it hit me that everybody is so worried about what they're doing, like how they're fucking up, that nobody's actually noticing how much I fail. And then I was kind of like, oh, so I can fail as much as I want because nobody's paying attention. They're just looking at how much they fail. And I became a very happy person. And I'm going to say everything exploded after that. And I became alive. Before I wasn't really alive. I was going through the motions of life. And just knowing that I could have the freedom to absolutely screw everything up and nobody was really going to care. The world would not stop spinning. And nobody was probably even going to notice, because usually if I colossally screw something up, it turns into like everybody kind of thinks, oh, you meant to do that. That's really interesting how you chose to do that. Oh, yes, I chose. It was definitely a choice. But that's the way we all are. We are all so worried about what we're messing up on. But everybody is doing that. So I'm not looking at Kristen over there or Nikki or Mark or Pixie or Pete or Amy when she was here. I'm not looking at you guys and going, oh, see how they did this thing, blah, blah, blah. But I'm definitely looking at it for me. But that's what we're all doing. Every stumble that we do, we can't read something or we do whatever, we mess up, we say the wrong thing. We are the only ones noticing that. So why do we care? We're the only ones beating ourselves up about it. So
Yeah, there's
I don't
that
know if
thing,
that
that
helps.
saying of those who mind don't matter and those who matter don't mind.
Mhm,
Not only is it
exactly.
clever, it's absolutely true.
Yeah.
Because if you get hell for something, if somebody comes at you and goes, "Who are you? You don't have an MFA. Ugh,
Mhm.
you can't be writing poetry." Who the hell are they
Yeah.
to be coming up to you
Yeah.
and saying that? I wouldn't want to be around that energy. You know,
Yeah.
it's
Well,
so
yeah.
ridiculous
And
that we even
MFA
care.
started out to teach us, right? To teach us what we don't know, which is plenty. We all don't know all these things, but we could have that. So that is the goal. We're going to make an Opportunities MFA in the hub after I finish this coaching program. I'm putting together the coaching program after. But yeah, I think we need to do that. And Pixie, you should be the first one to go through and graduate.
It's
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
I've
for sure.
late first.
Agreed.
something.
Mm.
I was the
Yeah.
first Opportunities Press book ever, so it would
That's
be
true.
that would be effective. I was the guinea pig.
Yeah. Yeah. You are actually why I decided, no, I think
Yeah.
this could work. Let's do this like this.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Poetry. Let's do
reading
one
my
final round.
I'm giving it away right now, actually. So if you want the link to it and it's blurbs and press kit, just ask me and I will give you a PDF, EPUB, and the press kit.
I would love that. Could you put it in the comments?
No problem.
Or you can send it to me in a message too. That's fine. Yes, I really love your work. So I think, and to me, coming into writing, you know, it was like I wrote this book hoping one person would understand it and get something out of it. And if that was the case, cool. You know, and a lot of people have. So like just understanding that goal, I guess, of like, is your goal to be recognized as, you know, in the academic field, or is it to touch people's souls and change their lives with a sentence? Like to me, that's way more powerful,
Yeah.
you know, than whatever the academic credential is. I always thought that that's just for them to like be able to teach, you know, to like have the actual degree to say, yes, I did do all of this stuff.
Yeah. Like
But our
goes
work
to a
can
credibility
certainly
book.
call, you know, how many people have gotten honorary PhDs or MFAs or whatever
Lots.
after the fact? A lot, because the School of Life teaches you so much. Man, I listened to 300 Story Grid podcasts. You know, when I was learning how to edit. I don't have a degree in editing, but I know what the fuck I'm doing. You know what I mean? And that's evidenced in the clients when they give me their work. But I will say that I will do a sample so that they can see it for themselves. Whereas maybe if I had that MFA in editing, you know, they might be able to look at that and go, she knows what she's talking about. So maybe there's a little
I
bit
have
of that.
the certifications in that, but as a poet, I feel like so much emphasis is put on the degrees.
Well, that's something that they need to work through too. And we as society does. And you can help with that by breaking the mold.
I just want readers.
Yeah, there you go. So if that's your goal, here you are.
R&R,
You know?
reads and reviews.
All right.
Yeah, let's read some poetry. I think we've got plenty of material. Anybody message me if you want anything last added to him and we will light him up. And again, if you just popped in, this is our imposter syndrome. We're going to light him on fire. And all of our things that hold us back are going up with him. Oh, and we're starting the Opportunities MFA. Woo! After the other stuff is done. See, so many good things
Angela
happen out
has
of
to
this.
go on vacation. First, you have
Oh
to go
yeah,
on-
that got canceled. So I am not leaving tomorrow on vacation.
Oh.
I'm going to edit some class videos, so which is fine. I also need to do that.
Get some hammock time in.
Definitely, we'll have therapy hammock. So, all
What was I
right,
say,
let's
Pete?
read. Hmm?
I feel like I talked over Pete.
No, you're right. That's
Okay.
right.
All right. So, I've got this. I've got actual physical copies because this was the first book I was ever published in. Like I ever sent anything that got taken, and it's an anthology. I didn't get paid for it, right? So it was an anthology asking for drabbles, which are 100-word stories. And if you want to know how to get succinct in your word usage, you could take a class on succinctness, right? They could give it a nice long title, or you could try your hand at drabbles. They taught me so much about what's important going in, how to tell an entire story with a beginning, middle, and end, and like a punch to it in 100 words.
Mhm.
And so it was a challenge that my writing group at the time put to us, and we would do them here and there. And then all of a sudden, like, it was like, well, they have this anthology, they're putting together these things and they have themes. So I just tricked you all. That's what one of my friends said. I tricked you all. And now you all have ones about love. So now you have to send them in. Because I was like, oh, I don't want my work to be seen. I was in that era. You know, I was like, I don't know if I'm good enough, right? And so there was love, and then right along with it was hate. That's probably backwards to y'all, but you get the point, right? And I sent one into love, and it got accepted, and I was like, yay! I got published somewhere. And then I sent one into hate, really hoping that it did, because I write about an empath, so having love and hate kind of goes with the theme, right? And the two are actually, they go together. So these stories also tell a bigger story. So I had a lot of fun with it, man. And I think that it shouldn't get lost in any of this stuff either. Like, does it bring us joy? Because at the end of the day, that's why we all do this, right? So yeah, I've got love and hate, and they got me, you know, the boost of confidence, you know, to be like, I'm a writer. Somebody accepted my stuff, right? Even though you can be a writer and not be published, but. And I've since gone on and been in paid things and published my book and all of this stuff, but this was kind of where it began to set this up. And we've got, here it is. You can see. The feeling is mutual. That's the title. Are these necessary? I jangled the handcuffs. Detective Weiss glanced over. No. My stomach rumbled, and they unwrapped a heart-shaped box on the bed, stealing a truffle. Your boyfriend isn't very original. I winced. He's not my boyfriend anymore. Does that absolve you? He sneered. Bureau can stop this psychopath without your help. He's got to sleep. We don't. Insomnia makes you careless, Detective. His muscles locked in living rigor mortis. You forgot I despise chocolates. Smiling, I caressed his cheek. No worries. My fiancé is as excited to see you as you are to see him.
That's awesome. I like that. Very punchy ending.
Sure.
And then
Yeah.
Whenever you read your work, I'm like zooming out and I can see you in an environment that you're describing. It's like I'm watching you on film. If that makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does.
That's interesting. Thank you. That's kind of how I see it too. I set a scene, right? So
That's how I write. There are films inside my head, and I'm directing that sort of thing.
Yeah, and that makes sense for you being a Dracula buff. So,
Yeah.
I bet you've
That's
seen
what
all-
makes it so authentic and original.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Nobody could take that from you. That's yours.
No, it's true. Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
all right. That's what is called repeat the question. Why the obsession with me, Detective Weiss? Obsession? You're a file on my desk. Handcuffs ate into his wrists. How disappointing. Show some passion for your work. The knife skirted Vice's neck. I do. Vice braced for death. Something worse crackled in his ear. Daddy, help! Two small voices trailed the gargled screams. Straining against the metal chair, Vice growled. You're dead. You discovered a better answer to my original question, the psychopath snickered. Gotta run. If we don't see you in the next month, I'll mail the girls home to you in pieces. Dried, of course. Postage is expensive.
Wow.
Oh, you sick, twisted person. I love it.
Yeah, people forget I'm a here.
That's awesome.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. Yeah.
So I was sitting there like this. I had to write it though to be a standalone as well, but also complement this one.
Yeah, I think
I
those
have
went well
such love
together.
for these books, and I didn't get paid for them. I just want to put that out there as we all are on different parts of our journey, right? But they got that confidence. They got me. I met so many people, and so networking opportunities, a lot of whom are still very good friends. And it's just, you can start where you start, and you never know where it's going to go. So,
yeah. And now you own those forever. You can use them together wherever you want.
And they're beautiful, I think,
Yeah, I agree.
I think
Yeah.
when we all die, we're gonna have to get these giant headstones because there's gonna be so much we want to put on as our epitaph.
You gotta get 100 words. That's what I just said. 100 words. No more, no less. It had to be exactly 100 words, by the way.
Yeah. That's what's awesome, right? Because sometimes you have to add or subtract.
Yeah, it's a very great exercise in brevity.
Morse's
Yeah.
V-Tape accepts and only publishes 100-word microfictions in the dark speculative areas. We call them ink blots.
Ink blots,
Yeah.
that's cute. Yes.
That is cute. Right, let's continue because I'm getting very excited to burn this little guy. And we also have somebody new joining us. So everybody, I hope you're ready with one more poem to close us out, or prose, or whatever you have. But who wants to go next? Because we don't really have an order anymore. Pete, you want to go next? I'm looking at you right now.
Okay. Then. Yeah.
I do want to say I wrote on here, not sounding like Pete Kelly is one of my imposter syndrome things. Because every time you read, I'm like, man, if I sounded like that when I read poetry, I wouldn't have anything to worry about. You could read your prose list.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah.
You'd be like, I will get some eggs and some bananas and pasta. And everybody be like, that is so good. But now I'll stop.
Okay. This is The Outsider. This is the one that actually kicked off this series of poems and stuff as a story arc. This one is called The Outsider. A prairie ocean undulates, giving voice to a breeze. Upon this picture serene, a waning sun bleeds. Flush clouds, unmoved, absorb a crimson glow. above a lonesome silhouette, twisted in a final throw. A tree of grim aspect sits atop a mound, soars to a winding path, worn into the ground. Hung from an outstretched limb, as if a last offering made, a man hangs restful, a grisly pendulum to time's decay. Head down as a child scorned, a face pouting at lost shoes. Such a pointless humiliation for one with nothing to lose. Clouds roll in for a brawl, thunderous punches explode. As all light is snuffed out, grass reel as if under ghostly hold. Lightning strikes like a sudden memory, illuminating all but the lines on his face. Deep paths of a journey misunderstood by those choosing ignorance to embrace. A perfect town with perfect ways. He was the oil in their water. Anathema to righteous minds with such delicate borders. Goaded by the frenzied storm, succumbed like he was to lies. An unseen hand calls a stop, as then he opens his eyes.
Clouds roll in for a brawl. There's a lot of good lines there. That one stood out for me, man. That was brilliant.
Yes, thanks. I
Very
used that. Well, I mean, I've always searched for other words. So I'd always say to people, is like, if you say good, look for an alternative to good. You know,
Undulate.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
there you go. Yeah, that's true.
You've got all these online thesauruses and stuff. You can just go with free and everything else. Just go search.
Yes.
Oh, and
Word
it
Hippo is
improves,
where I hang
improves
out
your
most of
own.
the time.
Yeah,
Okay?
I agree.
I was just saying that I hang out at Word Hippo, so if anybody's looking for me,
No, that's me.
yeah,
Yeah, Word Hippo. Yes.
Word
yeah.
Hippo, Rhyme Zone. Yeah, it's wonderful. Yeah. It's an
Yeah, it
education.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently I have
yeah.
to go find these places.
and what was it? The restless corpse? How did you word that?
Hang on.
The one when he's hanging restless, or however your wording was with that. Really, I loved it.
A man hangs restful.
Restful, that's what it was.
Hangs restful.
And he
Yeah,
hangs
sounds
restful.
pleasant.
So I took that to mean that he's hanging from the tree.
Yeah, well, I would say sort of like he's at peace. He's because he's dead.
Yeah, I was gonna
hanging,
say he's dead.
sort of thing.
Yeah.
So he's kind of restful.
But it's such a poetic way to put it. It's like you gotta kind of look back and be like, oh, is that what? It is like just a combination of words I've never heard before, and they go together perfectly.
So good.
That's
Just
what keeps you in. That's what keeps you in the story. It's like, and then he stops. It's like a lot of you just the poem ends and you're waiting for more, and you're like, then, and you're like, yeah, I'm done.
Awesome. I
Well,
love
I felt
that.
like it punctuated good, you know.
Yeah.
Good. BN.
We'll have to do an
Great
exquisite
use.
corpse sometime where we all do our favorite lines or something like that.
Hmm.
What did you say, Pixie?
I loved the creative use of a traditional form.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sometimes couplets fall short for me, but that time they did not. They landed hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one sort of turned it around for me. I'd lost it. I didn't think I'd be writing again. And I was playing with this one, and it was a lot more wordier than this one. And a friend of mine, good friend of mine, Jim, said, keep it short. Just keep it short. That's all you need to do. I went, yeah, okay. And it's as Pixie said, it's punchier. this sort of thing. So yeah, you learn from people. I mean, Jim's not even he's not a poet. He's an artist as such. But he knows what he likes and what he likes to hear as such. And we've known each other for 20 odd years as such. So he's followed me for years with the writing and stuff. So yeah, I always take advice on whatever, it's, if it's good and it works, then good. Yeah, it's like, yeah.
Friends always keep it real.
Oh yes. Yeah. Oh, very much so. Yeah. And they tell you the truth. If it's crap, it's crap.
Yeah. But we need to hear that sometimes.
That's
so
what
we
yeah,
can make it
yeah.
not
Yeah.
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 You don't need an
There's an art to telling somebody that it's crap without crushing them.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna go to Rhyme Zone or Word Hippo, and I'll be right back to you. Yeah.
I'm curious. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, it was a bank holiday weekend, and Mel, my wife, had gone away, and I was actually doing sort of like finishing this one off, and it turned into this 33-verse poem over a bank holiday. And Mel came back and she read it, and I basically ditched a lot because she said it's not horror enough. I went all a bit romantic sort of thing with the ghost and everything else, and she said no.
Romantic horror is a thing. It's literally what I specialize in.
Oh yeah, this
the
is
horror of romance.
Yeah, yeah.
Roses have thorns.
Well, and we can evolve too. We don't always have to stay. You know what I mean? Like we can expand and I like romantic horror. Horror is romantic.
I mean, what's more intimate than death?
Yeah.
So, just saying, you can genre mash anything together.
Yeah. Well, Ayana came in and we didn't really say hi, so I don't want to put you on the spot, Ayana.
Hi, Ayana.
Yeah.
Ayana. Hello.
But
hello.
if you have something to read, do you want to go?
I'm at
Ayana,
work. Can't read. Okay.
You're
at
gotcha.
capitalism.
Well, we won't tell anybody.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
I'm glad we can be an escape for you.
I
Yes,
unfortunately really must go because I need to get something in my stomach. But
Yeah.
I didn't have anything else to read at this point anyway. Anything that is really ready, in my opinion, yet. So, but I guess that's just my own thought on it. But I enjoyed this so much. It's not ready. Yeah, like it's not ready.
It's not ready yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I really appreciate Angela, you hosting this.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. I'm so glad we got to meet face to face.
Yeah.
So, and we're going to be doing this again.
Okay, cool. I'll find Amy and ask her to show me your Instagram or something so that we can like reconnect that way.
Well, I can send you a link to join the hub.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, most of us in here are actually part of a community called the Authortunities Hub, where we do this. We have a bunch of open mics and all kinds of events and a lot of support, and it's free to join. Oh, I guess this is the cue to say link in the description. I'll put the link in the description, but since we're all in chat right now, I will put it in there, and then come read with us all the time and hang out and stuff because we're always doing something.
Thank you so much, guys. It was really nice meeting a lot of you.
Good
I wanted to say quick before you leave, Kristen, Kristen, sorry, is the whole concept of it not being good enough to share, right? It has to be in such a state. And what I said earlier about you can always, that your friends will tell you what's crap, right? And that's what editing is for and getting beta readers, which is true. But I would say it's never crap. It's in a different form. There are stages to this. You have to put the bones, the muscle, the sinew, and the fact that you're creating at all is a beautiful, gorgeous thing. You don't look at somebody who's 3 months pregnant and be like, "Oh, that doesn't even look like a baby." That's crap.
That's not finished. Get rid of
You know?
it.
So if we can look at our creations as like our children, that they're growing and learning instead of being like, crap, I think that can really go far.
Definitely.
So that's all.
No, that's awesome. I appreciate that input. That's so valuable. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And
thanks for joining
Good to
us.
meet you.
I'll join the next one hopefully. Do you know when the next one will be, Angela?
Yeah, we actually have them every
It's not
other
this
week.
Sunday, but the next.
It is,
We
I think
just had
it,
one.
yeah, it is the next
Oh.
Sunday.
Next Sunday.
Okay.
And
Not
then
this
every
one, but the one
Wednesday we have a meeting, but that's just to hang out and chat about all
Okay.
kinds of stuff. And then we have astrology versus psychology on Wednesday as well. That's Nikki's thing, and where she talks about the DRM5 and how that
Yeah.
connects up with astrology and creative tax paralysis. And I feel like I'm missing something. But we have a bunch of stuff going on all the time. Always free to pop in or not. You know, it's always at there's no like rules of like you have to attend or anything like that.
Yeah.
I'll be sure to try and join in.
Yeah.
But
Right.
you know, I have school, but I have school now, not like now, but anyway. Sorry. I should go before my brain goes numb or
Yeah,
something.
go
Yeah,
get
you've been
yourself
here all
something
this
to
whole
eat.
time. So bye, Kristen.
Bye.
Thank
Goodbye.
you for reading.
Bye. All right. So we're booting people off the island. So let's see, we've got Mark and Pixie. Which one of you is ready?
I'm ready. I've got something, and I wrote last week, and I'm all over the place with this. And I've got like visions of like a West Virginia or a Kentucky coal mining town. The car that Jane Mansfield was killed in shows up. So if it doesn't make sense, it's okay. It was just coming together as a big brain dump at 3 o'clock in the morning. It's called Spill a Tear. And it goes like this. Shed a tear for the spilt water. Cry me a river for the watershed. Mountains and lions of men disappear in the dark, burning coal nights. Limestone, dynamite, sandstone, and shale collide as nature stands alone. Hunched over, teeth clenching, tobacco stains hang the clothes outside when you get home. Take a shower in the rain. We can hardly cover up the grime, but we sure know how to numb the pain. Mince words and mask our ancestral shame. He says to himself as he takes a deliberate draw from his unfiltered lucky strike. Energy drain, giant suck, stuck in your brain as you tuck it into bed. You can take the highway south all the way to the bayou or hop the westbound train at first light, mind you, right after you are fed. Past abandoned farms of old barns painted white and red, and bales of stacked hay wrapped in wire. Rising orange sun gets up in your head, setting the black and brown rooster's sky on fire. Suspended time often gets left for dead. You've got to keep moving so they don't find you, and the sheriff's body filled with lead. You were just planting seeds and trying to find a few living men among the dozens of zombies for hire. You move in the only direction. You move in the only direction you know. The present is the future transpired, acting in stillness while you're moving ahead, past buzzing cicada fields with Fords and Chevy pickup trucks, some with oak beds, stripped down Greyhound buses of yesteryear, and a 1966 Buick Electra with a smashed windshield, 3 lost souls, and a runaway deer. Black and yellow California license plate reads Jane 34. Bones click on bodies with heavy heads, rolling on shoulders that drop, and hips grind and sway with seismic activity. The ground shakes and everyone stops, except for that dirty cop who was exiting the window with no pants, 10 feet above the alley filled with garbage cans. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Chrome sticks to shine, and patina protects the rust. Under the shade tree lies regret, unpaid parking tickets, crooked headstones of innocent babies, and a lonely virgin's lust. Moonshine still beams, shining down on red-blooded American dreams, black lungs and ripped blue jeans, slow tongues and limited means, having fun till the sun comes up, echoes of laughter and screams recoil as they slap the silhouettes of live oak trees. You've heard the stories. Yeah, it's as real as it seems. You've got to blow this stand before they extinguish your dreams. Popcorn and Western sunsets are high in demand at the one-man movie theater with the new deluxe silver screen. Cigarette smoking, business poking, small town folking. One horse with blinders hitched to the post on the street. Strangers engage with women that bless hearts and sell souls to the devil while placing roses at their feet. Make sure you get a running start before you start collecting dust and breathing spores of mold. You've got a cause, you're not too old. Don't be a victim of your own claws or believe the stories you've been told. You were born a rebel. Shiny red lips and insincere plastered smiles. Sit on plastic-lined couches like couch surfing crocodiles. Large hips packed in vivid colored floral pattern dresses. Nothing is sacred here and no one confesses. Fixin' to size you up, to tear you apart at the seams. While the children throw pennies in the sentimental, sediment-filled, cold, dark streams. A handful of many investing time in inexpensive dreams. That's it.
Wow. Ooh, epic.
Beautiful as ever, Mark.
Yeah.
Damn.
Wonderful descriptions.
Thank you.
Wow.
If I didn't get this out, I'd be
favorite.
insane. Yeah,
That it painted quite a picture.
Yeah.
The one-man theater, especially. Like that word choice. You know.
Yeah.
Sums it
Almost
all.
seemed like a trip across America.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like taking a jump at a better life, right? The one-man theater.
Yeah.
always looking for.
But is
You
it
know,
an
there's dark and
illusion?
light and everything.
Right.
We could be morbid, but also shine some light on that. You know, it's just the reality of our existence.
Mhm.
But we fail to acknowledge the morbidity, and that's why a lot of us are depressed and shocked, and you know, when we lose something that we love. But it's just part of life, like birth, right? It's just a transition.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Very well done. That's something that you
Yeah.
just put out there. It's not even been polished, right? Very good.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think that's one of my favorites so far that I've heard from you. That's
Well,
become my new favorite.
That's good.
Who do we have left? I've completely lost track now, guys. What is it? Pixie, right? Is it just Pixie or?
Yeah. I'm going to read one of the Blind Spot Division's poems, Elementary, my dear. I'm going to read Fire Blazes. 1. The stillbursts lie under the crust of earth, seed capsules in compressed soil, scorched by wildfires you kindled. You reckless sky daddy, thunderstruck thunder striker, blustering rage upon birches. The white papery flesh peels from their tall, slender bodies, a copse of corpses. Another angle, a different coast, redwood, fir, and oaks, fire walled off, pan in, come spring. The mycelium network revives, spores to fruiting bodies, gills ejaculate, burrows, sprouts off of dead wood. The detrivores do their work unflinching, machines of conversion, as hussid for dead forests, mushrooms, full of nutrients and toxins. A spark you kindle in the psyche, flint and nap on these skeletal branches. Always the crackle that stills the bird song. Combust, crackle, snap timbers, blaze, blaze, wither, blaze. And yet again, wildwood children break through, rising from the grave like Judgment Day. 2. When I came across your body on the trail, I took your hand. We waltzed over the char, stepping upon each other's bare feet, twirling madly, unable to pause, pinwheels from dollar stores, made in slavery, sold wholesale, caught in the backdraft, spiraling like nautili. Oh, sailor, I missed you, I cried, as we went over the cliffside. Giggles and tangled dancing, who by fire? Us, us, us. 3. My love, where were you destroyed? Was your poetry maimed in a folio car wreck? Was it decapitated by guillotine and revision, drawn and quartoed upon all the deaths you once sought? Dance with me now, our feet clad in sap-dry remains and blood. We still together twice one another's imaginations to create an infinite loop of explanations. Ein Soul is the origin. It makes no difference in knowing. We waltz further to the tree line, footsteps still, ill with twig, spores, seed. Hidden green buds emerge that we became firewood ages ago. From the woods we are thrown, sparks as from beachfront bonfires. Look here, a wildflower blooms, uncurling, that unrolls red flame tongues upon its petals. Thank you.
Wow.
Wow.
You don't have to worry about MFA, okay?
No.
That was amazing. That really was. I mean, all your work is it's
There
authentic.
are-
It's authentically you, and that's what's so beautiful about it. And when I hear you read, and when I hear y'all read, it's just like I'm trying to take as much in as I can, and hopefully some of this will come out in my work too, as well as an influence.
Yeah, it's one of the blind spot in the visions elementary, my dear. I do 4 elements that are completed so far. One was in Dreams and Nightmares. That's the one I just read. And the other 3 will be coming out. New Myths, January 26th. So I
Nice.
can't read those yet. So I did sign them
Nice.
all, even though one element stood alone and the other 3 are together.
That's beautiful.
And I still have to do Quintessence.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, well
Ayana
done.
can
I think you're doing
read.
a great job with it.
Thank you. Ayana can read.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, just in time.
Right? Perfect.
All right.
Hey, 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 hey. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I'm like, I'm still here at work. Shh, quiet. So I'm going to read Liminal. Wore myself out shadowboxing again. I haven't been doing my conditioning exercises, and my stamina can't compete with my dark reflection that has never been bound by space, time, or dimension. She's all the best parts of me and all the worst of me simultaneously. No flesh, blood, and bone, no pits in her stomach, no debilitating hunger, a crying small intestine screaming out to be fed, no self-doubt, that creeping, slithering centipede with as many legs as I have reasons for why I just can't seem to get it right. She sits across from me, watches me as I sip water from a glass smudged with oil and 1,000 fingerprints, amused by my physical limitations, confused by my ire and boundless envy, directed at her, this vaporous entity, because to her, I'm all the best parts of her and all the worst of her simultaneously. All flesh, blood, and bone, incessant ambition, an abyss of empty calorie accomplishments, confidently incompetent, like a tarantula doing calculus, scurrying through an equation, silk approaching an inevitable conclusion, intersecting infinite lines, only touch in one place. Thank you.
It was beautiful.
Yeah.
I love that,
Really is.
and I
Yeah.
believe it's I absolutely love that poem. Wasn't that in Space and Time?
It was.
A tarantula doing calculus.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's yeah. Yeah.
That's
That
awesome.
image lives rent free in my head.
Me too. Me too.
Well,
Yeah,
and
I bet.
added the way that you read too. I swear you could do an audiobook.
I need to look into that.
Honestly, like it was really, your voice just, I don't know. It's perfect for it. It seems like to me if you haven't thought about it.
It's hypnotic.
Soothing. That's the word I'm looking for. There's like a soothing cadence that you get into where it's like I'm hanging on your every, and that's the prose too, of course. I don't want to like diminish that, but like that's a gift to be able to hold somebody who's listening to the next word in like a, I don't know. There's just that, you all know what I mean. There's that audiobook tone where with the ability to change the cadence just slightly, changing the meaning of it, because they have to do so many different voices and such. You know what I mean? So anyway, sorry, that was a tangent.
No, it keeps you drawn in. I know what you're saying. Like you want to just keep on going further. And that's important with the read. I mean, you can have the best material, but if somebody's not reading it properly, it doesn't reflect the tone of the material, then you're lost on it.
Yeah.
At least I am anyway.
So beautiful.
Yeah, I'm grateful that we got to hear you read, so that you were able to like just kind of sneak in there on the slide. All right. I've got one to close us, and then I say we go get burning this guy. So this time in the grill. Last time I burnt him in that bowl. Oh wait, did you read, Pixie? Yeah, yeah.
She just read. Yeah.
Yeah, what
I'm
did
ready
you?
for fire after you read.
Yeah, me too. I love burning this guy. That's an imposter syndrome, nothing else. I would only light effigies on fire. Nothing of value, officer, I swear. All right. This is a poem. I've had a bunch of them that I was going to read, and then this one, but I was like, nah, but I think I want to close with this one. And this is our encouragement to, which I thought Iona's was like perfect, because we keep talking about imposter syndromes like the last little bit, that's what it reminded me of so much, just like on theme. And so this one I hope will break us out of theme and encourage us to go forward. A couple of you have heard this. It's Madness, Divinity, and the Way. To touch divinity is to witness the heavens while remaining earth-locked. The divine ravishes quickly, leaves us mad and gasping, pawing and grasping to retain the ineffable, but we struggle to express the extreme uber high of connecting with the on high. We experience revelation to overwrite our frustration at being merely mortal, our tongues stuttering, our language the syntactic equivalent of a stone axe, trying to create a magnum opus from mud. We hope to catch a whisper of what we have seen and gift it, a mustard seed, minuscule hairline schism through which we glimpse a nanosecond of the transcendent. But to touch divinity is to be burned clean at the core from a lightness so bright we shine with brilliance. It would be feared if it wasn't burning from kindness, rampant empathy bridging the you and me, a sanctification of smiling, a baptism of tears that wash our souls clean with the cathartic cleanse of an embrace between friends. And as we come down from the heavens, we feel gravity catch at our edges, but suddenly we don't feel so heavy. The weight is an anchor tethering us to this place, this time. The madness cools in our eyes and settles to a starlit twinkle as we realize divinity has been here, hidden behind the hearthstone all along. We are the divine. The disparate is merging and we become one. And that's that. And that's how I feel
beautiful.
about us in this community.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's perfect for
I
today.
love that
what I've been
poem
thinking
more
about.
every time I hear it.
Yes.
A
Thank you.
magnus opus from mud.
Yeah, I love that line too.
Yeah.
That's good.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
All right. I am going to log on to my phone so I can walk over to the grill because I want to do this at my desk. And then let's light this little guy up. So I'm going to close out of this window as soon as I see myself join on another window. And okay. And join here too. Yeah, my phone is confused. It's like, why? My phone is confused. It's like, why are you?
Oh. Well, no, now I can't hear you at all. You just muted yourself completely on
You
both
did.
of them.
It's so strange. Oh, that the bilocation has ended. Rats, we were seeing first proof of bilocation.
Shit. Let me log back in.
The skill is perfect.
Log
That's-
back in and
That's your new avatar. That's beautiful.
Yeah. Screen cap. Uh-oh. I think we might have lost him. I'm not
She
sure.
really can
Yeah.
appear 2 places at once.
Mhm.
There has
There she is.
been
There
an
she is.
actual sighting of 2 Angelas at once. We witnessed it. It is possible.
That explains all the work that's been done.
Yeah.
It doesn't
Okay.
seem to, yeah. Technical difficulties to end us. Technical difficulties to begin.
Me, I didn't do that right. If anybody didn't notice, I think we're still streaming though. Yeah, we're still streaming.
We're
So-
still going.
Yeah, okay, cool. I'm gonna back away slowly and go light something on fire, but I won't close out of this call.
Oh, okay. So this is on YouTube?
Yeah, this is streaming on YouTube right now, and now I'm gonna rejoin over there at the fire. So hopefully I don't mess this up. But if I do, I know I'm gonna be the only one that's aware of it. So, all right, I'll be right back.
At least this is being recorded so we can capture there being 2 Angelas for a second. Oh, wait. We have it again.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Can y'all see me?
Yeah. Well, not your.
No
We
visual.
can hear you, but we can't see your face.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
When you're talking to yourself and it flashes active voice on 2 channels, that is amusing.
So you guys can't see me at all?
No.
No visual.
Hmm. Well, now I'm like, what do I do?
Yeah, now there's 2 of you. But it's still just your picture for me.
We have your icon, image, doppelganger.
You like that word, don't you, Pixie? Doppelganger.
It's a wonderful word.
Thumbs up quite a bit.
Yes.
And if you ever see me and doppelganger together, we do look remarkably similar in real life.
It is true. It's kind of uncanny.
That's the truth.
Warned me, and I'm like, oh, you were not kidding at all.
Yes, most people
Cute.
say,
You guys
"Oh,
are so
you
cute
wind up
together, though.
you wind up looking like your partner." I wound up meeting a partner who looked like me. I don't know if that says something about us, but we're both complementary extreme introverts. Although he definitely is Southern, but we definitely have very unique low voices for both of us. So it's a little strange.
I really want to see his right now and see how close you guys are.
I think on my Facebook, I have pictures of the 2 of us together.
Can you guys see
You
me
okay,
now?
Angela?
Yeah,
No.
can you guys see me?
We can't
Oh,
see
yeah.
you. No.
I mean, I can see like your picture. Your
No
little
visual,
profile.
no camera, no live feed.
All right, let me go look at the computer. Technical difficulties. I'll be right back.
Yep. Going again.
Now can you see me?
We can. You're a little bit frozen.
Okay.
There we go. There we go. You're live.
Yeah. Probably because I was like running back and forth like a crazy person. All right. Now, let's burn this guy before anything else happens. So there he is.
Angela, it's still lagging. It's better than it was before, but okay. It does seem to be better as I'm saying that. So
I'm gonna set this down for just a minute because I can't light fire and hold a phone.
Oh yeah. We don't have a professional arsonist here. She doesn't have her MFA.
Yeah, I
in
know.
her. I don't know if I
shouldn't be
can
doing
trust you.
I shouldn't be doing this, but I'm doing it.
Any final words?
Yeah.
All right. So this is the moment where we think about
Yeah, this is, we think about all the things that we want to burn away in our artistic lives. Everything that isn't serving us as creators, and recognizing the creative in ourselves. And we are burning these up, and we will not be subjected to these again. And there you go.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
Okay. Everything that holds us back.
Right in his armpit. That's what you get for putting an axe on.
I was gonna say that's the links after shaving.
I just wanted to smell good. Ah.
You told me this was going to be a poetry reading.
I feel I was
Burn it all
lured in
down.
under false pretenses.
We joke about, yeah, this is what happens if you don't read, but you know, I don't want to like start that rumor. Come on, you can do it. We want to
Burning
get all
beautifully.
of it.
Burning beautifully.
Mhm. I will take these ashes and I will sprinkle them across the streets of Brazil to be ground down into oblivion. That's our imposter syndrome. That's where it goes.
Let the rainforest eat it.
Yeah, let it go turn into manure and fertilizer for other things.
That's the
Look at
phoenix.
those beautiful ember flames.
Those are our phoenix too, right?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, from these ashes we fly. In an adulting moment, Angela realizes this is kind of close to the wall. I should scoot this.
Dying hard. Old habits die hard.
Yeah. All right. Goodbye. There it goes. That's it. We did our quarterly burning of the imposter. We are all now free.
Awesome.
Beautiful. Thank
Yeah.
you. I feel so good about that.
Yeah, and so many good things came from this. I think the MFA thing is going to be so cool. I'm actually really excited by that. We can do that.
Yeah, I will definitely do some teaching for that.
Yeah. Yeah, because we all have something to share. So, exactly.
It's subversive.
Yeah, we're taking that into ourselves so we can own that. But on that note, I'm going to let you guys go because I'm hungry, I just realized. And now that the imposter is gone, it's time for me to go.
You go rest on your hammock for a little while too. While you're
Thank
eating.
you so much,
Right?
Angela.
I'm going to go look at that skyline for a while.
I mean, good Lord. That's what I'd be doing.
Yeah. Thank you,
All right, nice
everybody.
to
Yes,
meet
thank you,
you.
Angela.
Thank you.
Thank you.
everyone.
Thank you.
Everyone, nice to
Thank
meet
you.
you. The people I haven't met. It's been a wonderful experience.
It's
Yeah,
been
I
wonderful.
agree.
Happy Poetry
See-
Day.
Happy
Yeah,
Poetry
World
Day.
Poetry Day.
Yeah, it's been
See
a
you guys
brilliant
on the hub.
variation
Thank you.
in styles and stuff. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've really
Let's be
enjoyed
all
this.
geniuses. We're all geniuses. We need to stick together and keep doing this because the world needs this, I'm going to say.
Absolutely. Good
Yeah.
energy.
Yes. Love you guys. See you on the
Love you
Good to
hub.
meet you all.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.